The sun is shining in Pennsylvania, but we're still playing games. No homework here. It's time for the 2021 PIEA State Championships.
They say that good things come to those who wait.
There he is, peeking around the corner.
That is pure skill right there.
That patience is a virtue.
They need to make something happen here. This is it.
But what if you play with a reckless abandonment?
Oh, what a play! I can't believe they just pulled that off. That took serious guts.
Rely on impulse to guide your decisions.
Oh my gosh, did you see that?
What a play. They're on another level right now.
Is preparation more important than instinct?
Fire in the hole!
There are not many people who can pull that off.
What a play.
The wait is over. The community is watching. The PIEA Overwatch playoffs start now.
It's a beautiful day as we pass over the scenic view of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. We welcome you all to the second day of the 2021 PIEA State Esports Championship, but with a slight twist on the broadcast featuring the Overwatch quarterfinals. I am your caster, Rich Rad, here with the one, the only Kenobi at my side. And my friend, as you said, nobody wants to play outside because the level of action that is about to unfold, I guarantee you, will be one you'll want to fixate on the screen.
No homework either, Rich. All we have is Overwatch today, and I cannot be more thrilled about being here, able to cast these matches with you. This championship, all of these teams have gone through so much to get to this part of the bracket, and it's going to be a fantastic day of Overwatch. Like I said, can't wait to get it started.
Now let's take a look at that format that has been long in coming to these playoff season, as now we're going to have the 16 teams in this round, as we saw earlier in the week, reduced to 8 entering into the quarterfinals today. 3 divisions in total that have accumulated to this final moment, as we will have our semifinals and grand finals coming up on Thursday, May 20th, with the adjustment, though, instead of being best of 3, all now being best of 5 for this playoff day for today and next week, Thursday.
Yeah, we have only best of 5s, no more best of 3s. It's just so much extra Overwatch that we get to see here, Rich. And we get to see as well right now the bracket brought to you by Sheets. You see at the top right there, Susquehanna Township. That's the #1 seed. All of our eyes are going to be on that team. So we can even move into some highlights that we have of Susquehanna Township High School, because, man, this team, like that #1 seed we talked about, a lot of pressure on a team that is the #1 seed to win a tournament like this. You have that #1 seed. It adds that extra bit of pressure to you, and we'll see if they can carry that pressure forward and maybe mold it into something like momentum.
And, you know, with these highlights, these are glorious. Some of you might have seen them in the previous week highlights, just accumulating here, as you said, that #1 seed, which we're all going to be keeping an eye on, as we will be now taking a look at the predictions, which, again, are brought to you by HyperX. I'm going to be starting off as, I know we're talking about the #1 seed, but I got to say, Mannheim is the team that I've got set in stone going into this grand finals and taking the #1 spot, my friend.
And it looks like I guess we're sharing the same brain cell today, Rich, because I also have Mannheim Township High School going through, because they were undefeated in the regular season, had not lost a single map, and that momentum is definitely something that I can think can take them towards that championship. That's why I have them picked, and you as well. Looks like we both are on the same page, so we're either gonna, win together or lose together.
That's the only way I'd have it, my friend, is we're going to now take a look at what they're fighting for and hoping that our predictions are right from that HyperX series. As you will see it here in the bottom of the screen, it is first place with $1,400, with second place leaving with $600 of that scholarship prize money, which they can put towards their education, the most important dynamic of it all. But they're still going to get a little kicker as well. As you can see, it's the HyperX peripherals along with the ViewSonic gaming monitors. So they get to not only boast, learn, but game at their best.
I mean, you see us, we have the lovely HyperX headsets on right now. I love them. They're so comfortable. I can't wait to hear all of the incredible action that we have moving forward in this day of Overwatch. As you can see, our first map is going to be that Susquehanna Township High School versus Lampeter Strasbourg High School as our first matchup. This is a 1 seed versus 9 seed. So we've kind of talked a little bit about Susquehanna being that number 1 seed. They have the highlights, and this is a little bit of a David versus Goliath situation here, because you don't get that number 1 seed by just, by luck. You have to be playing so well, and that's exactly what I've been expecting from Susquehanna Township High School moving forward. And I think this is a matchup where if Lampeter can really, play with the nameplates off, right? Don't even look at the seeding, just look at it as we're going to play any old game that we're playing, like this isn't just a number 1 seed. That's where I think they can have the most success.
And as we enter in onto our first map, which we will have showing up, is going to be the map of Control. Deciding it all is we want to just notify all those out there, the winning team from this initial map will be choosing the side, while the losing team will be choosing the map moving forward. And as we enter in onto this, it looks like it's going to be City Center first, as we're looking at the glorious map that is Lijiang Tower, and curious to see what types of compositions are going to come out in this first quarterfinals match.
Lijiang Tower is usually a map where you see a lot of these rush style of compositions, and it looks like that is a possibility here, as our first map is going to be that Control Center. As you see, the fight's already started here, and we're looking at both of these teams running a more rush style of composition.
And you can see already holding that middle high ground where they can look to get a lot of damage blocked with Zeets up front, a big player in this. We've seen highlights before from them getting some serious action with their Earthshatter's Emperor as well, also being a huge focal point to this team, getting so much work, already taking one down. The support is gone, and you are solely relying on one, but it's not going to be enough here.
I mean, this is just a great understanding of Susquehanna Township's understanding of this composition and how to play it, because they play on the knife's edge, right? They don't want to be so overly aggressive where they're forcing cooldowns out early, but as Maywalls from Emperor really did a good job of sectioning off members of Lampeter away from the rest of their team, so that way the healing couldn't necessarily get there. And now, in control maps like this, once you have control of the point and once you have control of the space, it's so hard to win. And there's a huge fire strike from Zeets.
Yeah, that amplification matrix just boosting the damage, and that's what I was talking about. Zeets is just on this front line a force to be reckoned with. If you give space to Zeets, and if you allow that opportunity to just continuously pump out this damage with the Fire Strike, especially amplified, it's going to just annihilate Lampeter.
And the fight basically ends right there, and another really, really well-placed Fire Strike, and you see EHT going into the backline on that Doomfist, getting a couple of picks. They're getting spawn camped right now. This is not looking good for Lampeter, but they are getting some picks back, and this might be where Susquehanna has to retreat.
And this is the recovery moment. You see those couple of picks, like you commented, coming out early. So now there could be some momentum for Lampeter to get back into this fight, attempt to get some momentum, take advantage of it. But it's really how quick Susquehanna can get back to this point is a full 6.
Yeah, they have to play this very carefully as well. They don't want to just lose some members, but there is ATH coming in with a nice pick onto the McCree.
And the Doomfist play has been stellar so far as well, alongside of Emperor with that May play. There is Bracer OP up front, attempting to try and survive, but locked down, no way to escape from that frontline damage, with Zeets and EHT just continuing to dominate and getting close to this now final fight.
Yeah, EHT is absolutely popping off right now on this Doomfist. That fight, the patience that they had from Susquehanna was really good there, but you see that Lampeter is coming in with a lot of ultimates right here, but there's a Blizzard from Emperor that could basically just stop them from getting to the point.
Ooh, beautiful wall already, the segment. Nobody's going to be able to stop that positioning as well. Completely walling off everyone here from Lampeter. So that is going to isolate anyone from pushing onto this point to try and compete as that final percentage ticks away. This is a 100-0 first round where you've got Susquehanna feeling very confident at the get-go.
Also, really love the macro decision-making there coming out from Susquehanna, right? They know that they just need to basically stall Lampeter as much as they can. Even if they're going to lose their lives, it doesn't matter because the point's ticking upward, and they know exactly where they need to be and where they need to position to make life very difficult for Lampeter to get to that point, and they don't, and it's 100-0, and this is looking at the start like it is a 1 seed right now. Susquehanna put their pedal to the metal. They don't let it go throughout the entirety of that map, and they get 100-0. Now a little bit of a switch up for them in terms of their composition. It looks like we're going to see more of a dive look coming out from them, so they're going to want to probably play in these more open areas that we see on Gardens, where if you're the other side in Lampeter, you're most likely going to want to play on the point in these enclosed areas where your brawly type of comp can really get a lot more value.
And we do see a Tracer going to come out after the Symmetra place the turret just for the positional advantage alongside of Emperor with the Echo. So there is some still overhead positioning that you're going to get with those sticky bombs onto the front line shield. And really ETHS just constantly harassing this back line, looking to evade and just be that rogue in the back, looking for the early pick onto the support line, which you can honestly see Lampeter is just having a hard time pressing through this white room, finally attempting to dive in, but EHT is going to look for the flank, gets one in the back with the assistance of Knuckle Bunny in the back positioning. Great assistance. That immortality field comes out, but it's too late to really hold on to anything, and it's regardless because EHT is just going to instantly take it down.
Yeah, I mean, really love the positioning from EHT throughout that entire fight, just being a pest in the back, and it doesn't even look like the fight's completely over yet. EHT does go down, but the health bars are so low for Lampeter right here, and it's just the supports right now. Is Diana going to be able to punch the Reinhardt? Oh no! Wait, the immortality field!
What a lob to get back in, but a Bionade just over the shield. Kobe in the back, just ricochets to get it in radius, and you can now see the regroup with Zeets on this Winston's play. Again, EHT with that Tracer as well. A lot to get back to this point much more quickly and effectively than Lampeter to secure this point, as long as they can get these final few members off the point.
And I mean, through all of it, the point didn't even flip. It just finally flips now, and this Reinhardt is not going to be long for this roll. Goes off the edge, takes a drink into the virtual koi pond that's here on Lijiang Tower. And I mean, for side of Susquehanna here, they have some good ultimates to work with in this next upcoming fight. They have that, they have the nano boost that you can put directly onto Zeets. Zeets can move forward, engage onto that backline, and really push back Lampeter as much as they can.
And Lampeter's taking a nice position again. They want to go towards that white room, but a pulse bomb comes out, beautifully timed immortality field, but there is still a massive follow-up. Zeet's going to instantly jump in with the Tesla cannon damage. Nanoed as well, taking his finger, licking that peanut butter canister clean.
Huge anti-nade as well coming in from Knuckle Bunny. I mean, EHT really well played, gets the stick, forces out immortality field, then an anti-nade to follow it up. Then there's the nano monkey to follow it up. It's just a masterclass of execution and coordination right now coming in from Susquehanna Township. And for Lampeter, I mean, coming back in, they're going to have the Graviton Surge, they're going to have a Shatter as well. But you see, Squinton is going to have the Sound Barrier, so that can negate a lot of the upcoming damage that we see in this next fight.
Sticky bombs coming out, nice barrier as well to try and get higher energy to go into this fight. Cheddar comes to the side, looking to knock down just a few as the grab comes out immediately after with a self-destruct to counter, though, in the back, despite the opportunity that Lampeter had. The numbers still in favor here of Susquehanna, will be able to clean it up. Only 25% remaining, and this is another final fight territory.
Such a smart encounter engage as well from the D.Va player. Uses that self-destruct, puts it into the backline. When the Reinhardt is moving that far aggressively, there's no shield to shield from it, and it's a 3K for that D.Va, and 86%, like you mentioned, Rich, is ticking up right now. This is last fight territory. Something's got to give right now for Lampeter.
And the rush comes through with the Lucio. LS4 attempting to get the point pressure with the rest of the team as the amplification matrix comes out, but there's still the flank. Awareness in the back. Emperor comes out with another tank. The double Winston attempting to get the primal rage and manages to do so to knock back Berry Soda, who is a very, very capable hit scan to try and shut this down with the crowd control, but there's still too much on the front. It's overwhelming. You have Lampeter unable to stick on this point long enough as Berry Soda with a hope and a dream. That can has been shaked and it's spraying all over the point, but unfortunately there is none left for them to hold on to this as you have Susquehanna taking it back to back with, you know, a second round of peanut butter. You can never get too much of it in this game.
Double dipping in the peanut butter, I mean, as well. And it looks like, for, I mean, Susquehanna, very convincing to start this off in our first map of Lijiang Tower. Just the aggressive style that they played. I really like how proactive they were. And it just seemed like once they got control, they never really let it go. And I think Lampeter just caught a little bit off guard and not ready for just the explosion of aggression, I would say, coming out from Susquehanna High.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with this first match, you had a really great comment where it was just a master class worth of coordination, specifically on that side position with the White Room, where you did have the combination of the Pulse Bomb, immediately getting rid of that Immortality field, then with the Nano, Bionate as well, Winston just coming in. There's just so much synergy, organization, and proper coordination from this team that they are just really overall killing it as a whole.
I think it's just a well-oiled machine right now, and it's not like Lampeter is like playing bad or anything. It's just this team of Sasquatch is playing on a completely other level in terms of just their coordination, like you talked about. I think EHT is having an absolute field day right now on whatever DPS. We saw the Doomfist looking very good. The Tracer as well, I think, had a lot of great pop-off moments, and I think for Lampeter going into this next map, it's good for them because they can pick a map where maybe they have something better to play for in terms of like a strategy, and they can play a little bit more to their own tempo, because I think that's something that Sasquatch really has control of right now, is the tempo of the series, and Lampeter on their own map pick is going to have to change that a little bit.
And we just hear in the ears, as we do have confirmation, it is King's Row. No surprise for us. We've seen in a lot of the educational tournaments that we have casted for Overwatch, and we will see this beautiful map once again over and over. And we've seen quite an array of strategies, to be completely honest, Kenobi, with this map specifically. We've seen Bastions, Junkrats, Echoes, combination of tank plays. There's such a wide array that can come in on this because it's such a comfort pick for so many.
And I think one of the cool things actually about this map in general, and about how the tournament has shaped up so far in terms of what we've seen in the regular season, what we've seen in our round of 16, is that there's a lot of variety in terms of the picks that we have from our DPS. And this is a map in King's Row where you can play almost anything. I mean, we saw even Soldier 76, the Dallas Fuel, recently winners of the May Melee, were able to win King's Row with a Soldier 76 pick, so anything can happen in terms of the DPS play on this map, and I think that's something that I'm looking out for, because the tank lines seem to be a bit more similar when we see maps like this, where it's usually a lot of Ryan Zarya. There could be some Winston D.Va or Winston Zarya, but I think mostly in a map like this, Ryan Zarya is going to reign supreme.
Yeah, it's a great combination. I mean, when you just consistently, especially with Zeets, if we do want to highlight specifically an aggressive type style tank line, when you put barriers and that bubbles on Zeets, you just assure that you are going to get high charge and pump out so much damage to act as that third DPS.
And it looks like, though, for Sasquatch, they're going to be opting for the D.Va, which I actually think is good, because I think D.Va is really, really good at the moment, and just because of the fact that she offers a lot in terms of the ability to use defense matrix, you have a lot of peel for your backline, and also just pumps out significant damage without having to wait and charge yourself up like a Zarya. So if these fights last a little bit longer here, Lampeter has the advantage, because Zarya will kind of torque up a little bit, but at the very start of these fights, Sasquatch is going to have a little bit more of that damage output.
And you can see Sasquatch attacking first with that 4-minute time bank to try and utilize as the wall comes up. Does get a beautiful pin. Wonderful positioning by Emperor with that wall to just take down that front line. And this is where you're going to see Lampeter start to digress back, falling immediately because you've lost that main tank.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose the Reinhardt, the fight basically is over, and it's just going to be a point cap right now for Sasquatch. Lampeter has to retreat here, and you can already see Knuckle Bunny getting close towards that Ant Matrix, might have it before one and only, and that could just basically move them forward here.
Ooh, that was a defensive wall needed. Emperor was very close to being brought down as the Immortality field comes out, and an Ant Matrix immediately after, so quickly generated by Knuckle Bunny, as we said, with that just assistance to peek this corner, playing around the bookshop, feeling confident to just basically get free positioning with this payload.
One and only is going to have one of their own, though, so this is a point where Lampeter can kind of stop the push forward coming in from Sasquatch here if they use this Ant Matrix and stop. Oh, okay. Well, Zeets. Oh, they know. They found him out. They found him out.
I mean, we've seen Zeets do this. There have been positions on control map where we've seen a flanking Reinhardt Shatter, which has gained some serious value, but needing to regroup, does go in for the Shatter. The Immortality field falls, and that's going to be all members of Lampeter dropping to the floor. A quick cleanup shortly after, and I mean, it's just having a good old time down the streets today at King's Row.
I mean, that was a 6-man shatter from Zeets. Zeets just does not care about your team at all. This is a main tank who is playing on the most aggressive possible, I think, right now, and they know that they have an advantage when it comes to this main tank play, but look at Lampeter coming back in. A lot of key ultimates coming in for them. We'll see if they're proactive about them.
Another amplification matrix coming out because of all the healing that you've had Knuckle Bunny be able to generate here in these short run fights. But with the 4 minutes and 20, it's a large time bank looking to reach this next checkpoint as the Riptire comes out, attempting to try and bring that down along with a grab combination. The Immortality Field is there, and will there be value from it? Actually not going to get too much, but the numbers finally go in favor of Lampeter, but a self-destruct in the back. This could switch again, even when you think Sasquiana is out and done with these encounters. They managed to dig deep, pull it out of the ground. It's no longer in the grave, and they bring it back to life.
I mean, it's unreal how good Sasquiana are playing from behind in a lot of these scenarios. We saw it as well on Lijiang Tower, where they play at a deficit and they still have the coordination, the discussion between the teammates that we can still win this fight even though we are at a deficit, and they do exactly that. Now they're moving forward, high noon used to just create space for the rest of the team. Lampeter has to back up here, and LS3 goes down.
Just peeking outside of the framework of that shield from Bracer OP. A Shatter comes in, though, gets 5 outside of Knuckle Bunny, but Knuckle Bunny so beautifully positioned just out of that frontal cone to toss out the Immortality Field, and nobody in return is able to take it down fast enough. Sound Barrier now committed by Sasquiana. Have the counter Shatter by Zeets, attempting to clean it up quickly as you still have Very Soda in the back line. Finally gets taken down, recognize that the hit scan is still there, as the meters continue to dwindle. The contention is still there with Racer OP swap into the Wrecking Ball, looking to spin to win, doesn't have enough with the shielding, and that's going to be a round completion here for Sasquiana.
That was very convincing there from Sasquiana as well. They're finishing with more time than they started with, Rich, and whenever that clock is ticking forward at the end of any map that you're playing, you've done a fantastic job. That's exactly what Sasquiana has been doing. Just love the proactivity that this team is bringing to the table, right? Even when Lampeter had an advantage with those ultimates and had like a tempo advantage in terms of just the ultimate economy that they had, Sasquiana is still the one that's moving first, right? And they have so much agency right now that Lampeter just isn't able to match. And I think that's the difference that we're seeing right now between both of these teams.
Getting the peanut butter and eating it too. Now the question is, Kenobi, what would be your jelly or jam of choice with that peanut butter?
I don't like peanut butter.
We find out more about each other every cast, my friend. So we're just going to leave that alone for the time being. I mean, I was even going to follow by saying, then, do you like creamy or chunky? But at this point, now it doesn't matter either. So as we take a look at that defensive side...
I'll just have Nutella. Just give me Nutella.
You know what? I'm not against that. I would definitely do that, especially if it's in a nice crepe. I'd be good with that, too. As we're making the audience hungry, we'll take a look now at Sasquiana's Township's defensive positioning, which they're going to hold true, but EHT coming out on the Doomfist, Kenobi.
Yeah, we saw EHT do a really good job with the Doomfist earlier, and on a defensive end like this, Lampeter has to be very careful because the Doomfist can come from a lot of angles on these high grounds, and if Lampeter isn't ready, you can already see Brace Drop is kind of looking around for where the Doomfist might be. If they don't find where the Doomfist is going to be engaging from, it's going to be very difficult for Lampeter to deal with it.
See already Brace OP trying to be just as aggressive, but still slightly cautious, waiting for those shields to come up. But no, LS4 amongst the shield drop gets taken down. EHT in the back does manage to take it down. Loss of support. You see now defensively, Sasquiana taking the advantage and holding strong.
I mean, EHT comes in from behind, is able to take down the Lucio, and once that Lucio is gone for a rush composition like that, you lose so much of your ability to speed out and your ability to have mobility as well. But EHT goes a little bit too aggressive, and this might be a moment where Lampeter can try and re-engage.
And you can see now Zeets, again, respecting that amplification matrix. The presence is here for Lampeter, attempting to get this initial tick. Manages to get it, and probably going to get the second, but the third will be under contention as the amp matrix comes out now by Knuckle Bunny. The charge on the front side does only get one in the back, but it's the Baptiste. No ability to toss out the Immortality Field soon enough because of the stun, and Sasquiana holds actually before the second tick is taken.
Again, such great patience. Sasquiana's playing this so well macro-wise where they're just like, okay, we can give up a tick. It's not the end of the world. Even a second tick wouldn't have been the end of the world, but they give up those 2 ticks, regroup as 6, come in with their ultimates, and they're able to win that fight. And you see HT again on the flank here has Meteor Strike. Once this fight happens, that means that they can play a little bit more aggressively, and they can wait to go in and then use that Meteor Strike to get out if they need to.
Very Soda needs to be ready for this, but doesn't even have a fraction of a second to work around it. A quad kill comes out. This is just the EHT show with a 5 stack in the kill feed, almost getting the 6, but Knuckle Bunny says, nah, I'm here and I'm participating too.
I mean, we're going to have, if we have more highlights, it's going to be mostly just EHT highlights, it feels like. EHT and Zeets are probably going to be the ones that we see a lot because this Doomfist play has been immaculate. And again, you see the Doomfist is still on the flank. Does Lampeter know?
Knuckle Bunny continuing to give a lot of healing in the back to sustain, waiting for the engagement. The stun comes through, does get 3. Bolt supports are down. The Deadeye also finds it, but the E on the grab is going to potentially shut down the opportunity for pressure up front, especially with that counter amplification matrix coming through from Knuckle Bunny. And there's actually quite a large number down here from Sasquiana attempting to get back into this fight. Beautiful barrier coming out for Bracer OP on the front side by the Code Tank Frost, continuing to allow an opportunity to take the second tick. With these final members being eliminated from Sasquiana and the reduced numbers, especially with the long respawn, they'll be able to take these.
And finally, Lampeter does something really good there, specifically coming from Brace Drop, who goes in and is able to basically beat Zeets in his own game, where he hits a huge shatter onto that backline, erases most of the tanks from the fight. Even though the supports are still there and trying to win with, you know, the sound barrier and with the amp matrix, it's just not enough because Lampeter have the advantage when it comes to those respawns. So well played from Lampeter. They're now starting to move forward. 3 minutes in their time back. Not a lot of ultimates to talk about for them just yet, but realistically, Sasquiana don't have many either besides the self-destruct. However, we've seen this D.Va player before being able to really hit some big ones.
Yeah, it's something that has been a highlight previously. Tossed in the back, attempting to get value. Does get 2 here for Sasquiana, allowing the floodgates to open and an easy cleanup by the bookstore where they can probably just take a seat, grab a book, and get through the first chapter.
That's some really beautiful coordination as well coming in from Zeets and from the D.Va. Realistically there, the self-destruct goes in, and Brace Rob is the only one who's going to have a shield to deal with it, so Zeets does the smart thing and just charges the Reinhardt. That means no shield, both of the supports go down, and it's a fight win for Sasquiana. Now, they have control of this space, and this is one of the hardest points to break in this map of King's Row because it's so enclosed, and there isn't necessarily that much of a respawn advantage.
There is acknowledgement of EHT on the high ground, but still gets the combo. The flashbang doesn't come out in time with now the follow-up onto LS4. That's done and dusted, and you're going to see EHT have no need to toss out this Meteor Strike unless they're just feeling overzealous to get another.
Yeah, Ishii is just moving right now, schmooving and grooving all over Lampeter right now. 2 minutes left for Lampeter here. Zeets. Oh, is Zeets going to go for the flank shatter? Is it happening? Oh. Oh, they might. This might be an RKO from the top rope type of situation here, Rich.
Didn't get it the first time around.
Oh,
he's gonna get spotted out. Needs to flee. Charging away. Tuck tail in and run, saying I ain't gonna do that. But gets actually caught the grab. And they're going to try and take advantage of this again. Will you see Lampeter be able to take advantage of the overzealous play from Sasquiana? Counter Blizzard comes in by M4 in the back, and also the Meteor Strike comes through. A stack full of ultimates, really everything in the bank outside of SQ Winton with the Meteor Strike getting the pickup in the back. Sasquiana still holding on. I mean, I like Lampeter's Strasbourg's attempt with the overzealous play from Sasquiana, but it still falls short.
Well, the thing is Lampeter doesn't really use a lot of their ultimates. They have some really good ult patience here, and they're swapping from the Zarya to the D.Va, so it's not really the biggest loss, and they have such an ultimate advantage right now in this next fight. However, SQ Winton does have that sound barrier, which can negate a lot of the damage coming through from what Lampeter brings to the table in this next fight. But 60 seconds, they got to start going and start winning some of these fights, Richard. It's going to be a 2-0 series lead for Sasquiana.
Got Brace Rock coming in with a shatter from up top. Nope, gonna hold on to it. Looking to try and divide and conquer here with a Deadeye actually getting rid of the Lucio. So they've lost their utility from Sasquiana. But EHT says not gonna happen. We don't need the movement when we've got a Doomfist and a giant mech to just remove everyone from this narrow streetway.
And all of the advantage that Lampeter had just evaporates into thin air in King's Row here, and Sasquiana didn't even have to use their own sound barrier, and Lampeter did, and in this last fight, that sustainability coming from that sound barrier is going to be incredibly important because Lampeter, the only thing that they can rely on in this next fight is a shatter. We've seen Brace Rob hit one before. Can they make a miracle shatter happen again?
It's do or die as the seconds dwindle. The D.Va up front, defense matrix, shatter comes out, blocked, looks for a pin, does get moved, manages to actually get the mech here, but doesn't get the full DMEC as the sound barrier comes through the back by Squinton. Got the Meteor Strike in the back, gets rid of LS3. That's going to be the final numbers. Basically, get the notepad, tally them up, and that's all that remain removed from this payload on the Streets phase. As you've got the overtime dwindling, that's going to be a second point here in this best of 5 for Sasquiana with a shatter just to top it all off.
And just a punch just to kind of put the icing on the cake that is a Sasquiana win here. I mean, this Doomfist play again, impeccable coming in from EHT. We saw hints of it on Li Zheng. Zeets has been playing like an absolute madman. The coordination from this team of Sasquiana is just on another level. And I mean, look at this from EHT. Knows that they have the Meteor Strike to work with, goes in, hits a huge seismic slam, punches the Lucio in midair. LS3 and LS4, there's no more LSs. They're all back in spawn. That's going to be Sasquiana taking a 2-0 lead here. One more map, and they will be moving on to our semis.
I don't think any rollerblade, ice skate, or anything of the sort on a Lucio could be able to prepare you for that moment. There's no rocket boosters or anything you can attach to those feet that can get you out of that sight line quick enough. I mean, EHT was just on point, and you can really see that excellent pro, not only independent skill from these individuals, but also just their well-rounded coordination. And it's going to be interesting to see as we move through, again, this single elimination bracket for these quarterfinals, how they can continue to develop, and will they be able to adapt as they get closer and closer to those teams that are near that #1 seed that Sasquiana does have.
Yeah, because this is a 1 versus 9 seed matchup, and Sasquiana hasn't necessarily fought the best of the best talent so far. It was 1 versus 16, now it's 1 versus 9. Once they get to the semis and the finals, if they get that far, that's probably where they're going to be fighting the best of the best. This does look a little bit like David and Goliath, and Sasquiana just have such a good macro understanding, I think, of this matchup, where they are using these ultimates in such really good ways and proactive ways that, again, when Lampeter are trying to do the same thing, it just doesn't look as the same clean type of play. So I think for Sasquiana, when they're moving forward, if they can continue to just play this hyper-aggressive tempo style, they can definitely win this tournament. Our predictions might be completely wrong, because this team, I mean, it's the first one we're seeing today, but they look very good.
Definitely sharp. But, you know, to talk a little bit too about Lampeter, sharpening is what we really need to see, because this is do or die moment. They have to get a full reverse sweep in this match to find themselves moving into that semifinal. And with this specifically, we do talk a little bit about that reservation you mentioned with the ultimate economy. They had a stack full of always at least more than 3, more often than not, going into these fights. And I think if they find themselves being a little bit more loose, taking a little bit more of that risk to maybe counter that type of aggression or dominant nature up front, it might put Sasquiana in an uncomfortable position to where they are now having to adapt to this counterplay.
Yeah, I think fighting fire with fire might be one of the ways to go, as we're going to see some highlights here, some replays coming in from our last match. And I think, again, you hit the nail on the head. I think having the ability as a team to kind of match what the Sasquiana is bringing to the table, because Sasquiana is playing that very hyper-aggressive style. And if you are Lampeter here, you have to kind of figure out to either match it or to absorb it as best you can, and they haven't really done either of those. So I think you need to try and pick one, because they try to do their own aggressive style where they had that, 5 ultimates and they were making these aggressive rotations, but it felt like Sasquiana was ready for that and was themselves able to absorb as well as dish out the damage. So I think a little bit more coordination on Lampeter's side would definitely help them moving forward.
And as we enter into Game 3 in just a moment, it's going to be Havana. So we'll get some lovely sights of this map. And honestly, taking a look at the tail end of it first is always an interesting one, because that's where I feel when it starts to open up and you've got so much space, you can really work with a lot of different types of compositions as well. We see a lot of that Widowmaker play, that long-range hit scan, even potentially some Ashe play. And I'm curious if we're going to have any type of dynamic change here in composition, because again, this is Lampeter Strasbourg's choice as the losing team in the previous match, where Sasquiana is going to stay on that same respective side, and they'll be entering in on the attack once again first.
And I like this map a lot because I think it has kind of like 3 different sections to it, realistically. Like, you have the middle section in the distillery, which is basically like a rush point of the map, and then you have the first and third one, which are more open. You can have a lot of that hit scan play, you know, like Widowmaker's long range hit scan, Ashe, Widow, Hanzo, sometimes Soldier 76. We have seen a lot of in a lot of the highlights that we've seen from the previous PIEA matches that we've seen. So that is definitely a possibility as well, but it's going to be Lampeter on the defensive end here, and I hope they're going to do a close hold, because I think close holds are something that teams don't do enough of, and there's really no reason not to, because if you do a close hold, even if you lose, you're still taking time away. If you're, you know, taking the fight just at the first corner and you lose that fight, you don't really get a second fight. If you take the close hold here, you at least are guaranteeing that you're going to get a second fight, even if it's not the greatest fight in terms of ultimate economy.
And they're going to look to do it, and they've even got LS3 on the 76, taking a chapter out of the Dallas Fuel book that we saw in the May Melee, attempting to see if that double hit scan is going to benefit them, especially when you're going against EHT, who is on this Echo, making sure to pick them out of the sky and not let them get that advantage. A 1-for-1 trade, but you've lost the support for LS4, and now you're going to need to be super careful as Lampeter, because you've lost your utility and some healing, and it slowly but surely picks off one after the other. But as you said, that close hold allows this to just draw out time.
And finally, Zeus is going to be going over to that Reinhardt, offering more shielding. Was on the Roadhog at first and stayed on it, I think, a little bit too long here. Berry Soda is able to demech the D.Va, and that's a nice flashbang. Here comes the High Noon.
Looks to get a lot of damage onto the front line. Zeets goes down, getting a little aggressive there, thinking, I'll be fine. But when you've got a bullseye on the dome, you're not going to last much longer. As finally you see Sasquiana getting back into some momentum here. But that's at least a little bit over a minute off the clock.
I was a bit sick. That duplicate from EHT was making me a bit squeezy there with all that movement around, but you're right. Exactly what I like the close holds for is that you take a minute and a half essentially off of the clock already for Sasquiana Township High, and now Lampeter is going to get a second chance right here. They have some ultimates to work with as well. Bracer OP is going to have a shatter very soon, but Zeus is also going to have one, and that could be the thing that changes these, because that shatter versus shatter matchup has been incredibly important, but EHT goes down. It's a big pick.
Really is. That's going to give so much opportunity here and agency for Lampeter to take advantage of this. The Immortality Field has to come out by Knuckle Bunny at the back as the shatter from Bracer OP in the back gets the pin onto the D.Va, loses the mech. The self-destruct going to be there in the corner, not going to be able to get any value from it. And Bracer OP just barely surviving. Stellar assistance by the supports, even though you've got the Baptiste down.
And again, I'm just really loving what I'm seeing from Lampeter here. Everything that we talked about between this map and between the last one, it's just they've basically fixed a lot of it. They're playing more proactively. Bracer OP's the one hitting shatters beforehand. One and Only is going to have a Ant Matrix again. Oh, but that's a big pick on the Frost from EHT.
Oh, but with Zeets down, that could be more value. As a 1-for-1 pick comes through, Immortality Field's out. You still see Sasquiana pressing forward as Emperor looks for the backline position. Self-destruct gets another, though, by Berry Soda on the back. Again, rotating their roles here, mind you. Instead of being on top of that DPS positioning that we saw earlier. With that adjustment, it could be enough to maybe hold on to this, but still, that was 3 minutes cut off here from their positioning, which is going to be less into this brew space.
And now the thing is, as well as in this distillery place where we are right now, Lampeter's composition is a little bit better, I'd say, than the one coming in from Sasquiana Township High in these brawly enclosed areas. Zeets is going to have to play very carefully around the CC coming in from Lampeter Strasbourg. If they get hit with the flashbang once, they just basically will probably end up dying. So Zeets going to have to play very careful along with Sidenex.
And you've got this catwalk being maintained. Tactical buys are going to be forced out. Not really going to get any value here from the defensive position of Lampeter. They now hold on, continuing to find some pick damage, chipping away at the health values, but now Zeets goes in, waiting for that engagement. Patience is a virtue here, and the Tesla cannon damage just from down below looking to slightly tickle that front line of Lampeter.
Still has to be careful. Doesn't have the shield just yet. Has it now again, so can use it to escort the rest of their team back. But Emperor has this Blizzard, and that Blizzard in an enclosed area like this in Distillery could get a lot of value, especially against a rush composition that's so enclosed. LS4 going to have to be quick on the trigger with this sound barrier.
Yeah, the sound barrier not going to come out here up front to give some movement forward. The Blizzard comes out to try and counter so many from Sasquiana low. And honestly, this high ground position maintenance from Lampeter Strasbourg has really helped them keep this defensive hold. Emperor just trying to get the support in the back, finally finds the value with the assistance of EHT on the Tracer, and that's going to swing it in their favor.
But I really love what Sasquiana was doing with this Winston composition. Even though Lampeter's composition might be better in these enclosed areas, Sasquiana is playing so really just slow and well-paced that they aren't letting Lampeter set up for a full rush dive onto them. Now, Bracer OP has the Shatter. They don't have any shields available to them.
Ooh, big Shatter on the side, gets 3 knocked down, and looking for the pin in the back of Bracer OP. Now solo, 5 HP, gets eliminated. That's going to be the payload just meters away to reach this next checkpoint. Once again, you see the kill feed full of red of the blood of their enemies, with a self-destruct from Berry Soda, just with a high hope and a prayer to maybe push all away from the payload by a few more seconds, but that's an inevitable trade as it goes in favor of Sasquiana.
Yeah, self-destructive hope there, it felt like, for Berry Soda on that Diva. And now we're switching up the compositions a little bit from both of these teams, expecting those long-range hitch cans. There comes EHT onto that Widowmaker. Frost is going to be on that Ashe, and this is a little bit of an interesting matchup because technically Widowmaker does have the advantage in terms of that range, but Frost offers a little bit more utility with the ability to have the Dynamite and Coach Gun in case they need to get out of a scenario. So it's basically a mechanics matchup right now for both these hitscan players.
Yeah, because you get the Emperor side from EHT, which allows you to at least get vision of the opposing side, but having that extra player like Bob on the point, the presence is so necessary to zone back. You can already see that Sasquiana has to play super careful around this corner. Not really going to get much value from Knuckle Bunny's amplification matrix because of its positioning and how well Lampeter Strasbourg fell back and recovered.
Sasquiana move forward here. A lot of space is being taken just for free from Sasquiana here. Lampeter has just been constantly just retreating back to their spawn doors. Something's got to give right now. Lampeter has to get back to this point and has to start taking these fights, because if not, Sasquiana is just going to run them down.
Ball comes up just in front of that amplification matrix to buy a few seconds. EHT gets the great pick with the... Oh my goodness, the sight lines are free now to go down. Tactical has to be used here as a desperate play. Does get one, but the self-destruct left out in the open with EHT still having vision from the spawn. Almost gets the pick, but has to evade and dodge away. The Dynamite may be putting EHT on fire, but that's still a sightline gained and picking off that Ashe play from Frost. I mean, you know, we're going to see these last couple of stragglers come out onto the point, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to see Sasquiana still complete this with time unless you get a nice recovery from Lampeter.
Yeah, I don't think that there's enough for Lampeter to get back onto this point. I mean, the Bob is committed, but they should be able to take down the Bob relatively quickly, but this is still being contested somehow, some way. Lampeter is not giving this up without a fight.
I mean, you know, it's do or die again. This is that match point here for Sasquiana, and you see this spin in action with the Lucio movement speed. Syntax getting caught in the corner, knocked around like a rag doll. Attempted to use the rocket boosters and now has the self-destruct. Will it be committed? It's going to actually be stunned and prevented from tossing out onto this point, but it's probably best to have held it because that's a recovery from Lampeter.
That Bob was actually so insanely clutch there from Frost. Was able to keep the Bob on the point, keep it contested, and created so much space for the rest of the team. Bracer OP is still just spinning. Okay, now they stop, but spin to win really helped them right now, and there's only 13 seconds right now left for Sasquiana Township High. They're bringing in that Roadhog. Can they get just a random pick that can help them win this fight? The hook misses.
You see the jump over the hook just in time by the front line as self-destruct toss overhead, attempting to get one. Here's the cryo freeze on front side as Emperor continues to near this blizzard. That's the win condition right now, attempting to pick off the support in the backside, but can't find the icicles that are necessary to change this around. And you do have Berry Soda managing to get the pick in the back, and the blizzard is no longer available. The stun comes out as well. The Diva eliminated. Zeets with, again, this frontline pressure gets the hook. You do see the aggression onto Bracer OP, but the healers are keeping him alive just with the skin of their teeth and still maintaining this into the overtime. Zeets will get that hook once again, but the sound barrier is there by LS4 Kenobi. They actually could just hold on to this.
Oh, and there's a pulse one though from EHT that takes out two. This might be what they need to change this, but a Shatter comes in. This might be the ending finally of these fights with that blizzard. They're trying their best.
This is just a back and forth tooth and nail with you've got Emperor and Squinton holding on. Z-Test to force the wrecking ball. It should and rightfully go in favor of Lampeter as the engagement continues on the point. The swaps come out by Lampeter to get back to the point, to have the numbers advantage. The longer it goes, the faster that overtime disappears in front of your eyes. And finally, you have the prevention of completion by Lampeter Strasbourg.
That was some last fight that we saw. Not even last fight, like last 2 minutes of that map were just absolute insanity. It looked like it could have gone either way. Overwatch is a game of inches, and that was essentially what stopped. There's all that's between Susquehanna Township High completing that map and not completing it, and Lampeter are able to hold at the very end. It's like Helm's Deep over here at the end of Havana, and for Lampeter, I mean, they had some really good moments where they were playing more proactively, but there was still those times where they just kind of let Susquehanna move forward. They let EHT get those sight lines, and EHT is a person who you can't just let get sight lines like that, or they will destroy your backline, which is what they did there. Aren't able to complete the map, obviously, but Lampeter have shown that they have some adjusted to what were the problems were on map 1 and 2, and have looked a lot better.
And now the question is, with a swap of sides, can Lampeter Strasbourg be the berserking Urukai to reach the wall underneath the archway to blow this sky high in the end? I had to so much with that line you gave me, as there's 10 seconds remaining before these doors open, and we'll see if Susquehanna is able to clutch it out here on the defense, or it's going to be a match point to another round with Lampeter.
Susquehanna taking the close hold here. Like this decision, again, just takes time off the clock. HT going to be going onto this high ground. Once Dynamite comes through, it's going to be a lot of enclosed damage. Lampeter has to be wary of this Dynamite, specifically Berry Soda on that D.Va, but the D.Va gets D-mech. That is not good. That means that EHT, these Dynamites are going to be for free. It's going to be more time ticking off the clock here for Lampeter.
Wall's now up front to separate. They cannot get back into the spawn room. It's immediately destroyed to try and survive, and forcing out the immortality field. Constantly trying to keep this backline alive. One and only amongst everyone. 5-player shatter. Literally in 40 seconds of this match beginning.
Zeets is just on another level right now with this Reinhardt. A 5-man shatter out of spawn. Frost was trying to push the card at the very end there, but this close hold working miracles right now for Susquehanna. And so many ultimates as well coming in from them, right? This is an ultimate economy bloodbath that we're about to see in this next fight, because look at Gravitic Flux is online. Bob is almost online. There's the Blizzard as well. So many ultimates available here, and here comes the Gravitic Flux to start. It's a 4-man.
It is. The immortality field was there. It was still well timed by One and Only, but there is just so much aggression. You know, I was talking about seeing if the Berserker could reach the wall, but at this point, they're just hoping to maybe even see the wall.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's good for them right now. The wall is very far out of sight for them, and Emperor has the Blizzard. It's going to be so difficult for Lampeter to get out of this spawn. Realistically, you're looking at Berry Soda to try and eat this, because that would be your best case scenario once the engage comes in.
The Emperor waiting to separate. Oh, not going to get any division on the opposing side, but with the booster coming out, Berry Soda so overwhelmed, does get stunned, can't retreat back. And now the Blizzard once again, even partially into the spawn, isolate LS4 with a cross charge from Bracer OP, but still can't manage to get the takedown.
I mean, this is just an absolute, again, a masterclass is how I would describe this, because they're playing, I mean, Susquehanna is playing this so well, using their ultimates so effectively here. Bob is again available for EHT. That's the second one in 2 minutes for them. The Lampeter finally are going to have an ultimate economy bank of their own to move forward. Oh, duel on the flank here. Who wins it out?
Ooh, Bob going to be tossed out as well. 7 versus 6 now. The 1.5-minute marker. Immortality field comes out, but you do see once again Bracer OP being brought down, separated from the team. The supports are just having a difficult time to even keep this tank line alive and healthy.
There's just so much incoming spam damage from the Ashe, from the Sigma as well. It's just too much, it seems like, for Lampeter to deal with. And Lampeter used ultimates there. Frost is going to use the High Noon. And actually, Siege is going down. That's a huge pick. That means that there is no shield and no main tank. This might be Lampeter's chance.
Yep, have to take advantage of it, but Frost going a little bit too far, and if Berry Soda, gets back into the mech just in time. So now this payload can finally start moving, but even with that advantage, that close hold, like you've mentioned, gives a full regroup opportunity here for Sasquiana.
Zeke's coming back here with the Shatter, and there's an Ant Matrix. Zeke is able to take out LS3 with the Fire Strike. Zeke is so low. He's going to survive, though. Beautiful Immortality Field.
Yep, there was a nice counter charge coming out from Bracer OP, but you said it, the Immortality Field clutch in the back line from Knuckle Bunny to keep the just reinforced Reinhardt up front alive. And now with the exchanges happening in the back, you've got now Synthix playing this Sigma, which honestly, I really like rotating the Sigma into this composition, especially playing this forward position.
Yeah, it's also that other shield and so much spam as well that makes the life of the sports even harder. You see Gravitic Flux available and ready, just trying to take them or stop them from getting onto that cart. The overtime is proc, so it is contested, but the Sigma is in the backline pumping out so much damage, Rich.
Hyper focus with these spheres onto that Lucio, does get the melee. Don't need gravity to do the work when you've got a fist to come right to the face. Orchestrating and being able to conduct their way to that takedown. The overtime shall dwindle. The first series of the day shall go in the way of Sasquiana as the #1 seed over Lampeter, where Lampeter says farewell, but Sasquiana moves on.
Yeah, Sasquiana definitely showing themselves to be that #1 seed. They're playing exactly like it, pedal to the metal the entire series so far. Zeetz is going to get play of the game because obviously, why not with a 5-man shatter like that? Absolute, again, domination coming in from Sasquiana throughout all of this series so far. Lampeter, unfortunately, will be going home. Got all the way to the quarterfinals, though. That's pretty good.
Yes, indeed. And we'll be able to get back into our next game in just a moment, so don't go anywhere, friends, and we'll be back in a moment on the other side of the break.
tomorrow makers. They define success. They innovate their industries with technical know-how and vision, and stories only they can tell. Pennsylvania College of Technology is committing $1.25 million in existing scholarships and $250,000 in new scholarships for fall starts. This is your time. Share your story and kickstart your journey. Learn more and apply at pct.edu/2021.
The 2021 PIEA State Championships are brought to you by Pennsylvania College of Technology, where the future is made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu. Sheets. Order like a pro on the Sheets app. Sheets. Run and done. ViewSonic. For every way you game, we've got you covered. And by HyperX. We're all gamers. Now let's hear some very powerful and inspiring words from the PIEA Board of Directors, Bill Thomas, who discusses the importance of esports in the academic environment.
Why integrity is important, really, I think it's twofold. One, you really still have to dispel some of the myths or stereotypes that have kind of revolve around video gaming. And then adding that competition level to it, there are still a lot of people who are unsure about whether or not this is something schools should be doing. And so what we bring to the table is this sense of credibility. Our board is comprised of school board members. We have athletic directors. We have administrators. We have principals. We have teachers. And then we also have legislators. We have 4 legislators on our board, and we're soon to have an appointee from the governor's office part of what we're doing. And that matters to those districts who are deciding, do we invest in esports programs? You know, we have 40 teams right now participating in our event from 30 different schools across the Commonwealth, but we have so many more schools to go. We understand the importance of esports, the academic tie-in, the community social emotional tie-in that esports brings. And we want to be able to give the administration and the school boards and those making the decisions a sense of stability, that they can lean on some group that's going to say, these are the games you can play, that are we've approved these games, we've approved these platforms, we've approved these models, here's our academic and our curriculum standards. Because the whole goal, and I think anyone who's involved in esports, especially at the high school and collegiate level, it's about growth, because we understand the positive impacts that these programs are having. We know that they are sustainable. We know that they are impactful. They are bridging gaps between student populations. The academic side of it is something I've never seen in the 20 years I've been a professional in kind of the government space. It's going to be revolutionary, and we need to at least provide some layer of credibility so that schools feel like they can get into this space without worrying if it's something that's going to get them in trouble or going to be unsafe for their students or give their school a bad name.
Hello and welcome back, friends, as we return. We've already had one game underway between Susquehanna and Lampeter Strasburg, and we've seen that Susquehanna Kenobi has managed to take an easy 3-0.
Very easy 3-0 for them. It looked like Goliath is still moving forward in this tournament, the number 1 seed getting to that semifinal spot right here, and they will be playing up against the next matchup that we have. But Susquehanna looks like they're on a completely different level. I mean, this was the first game that I've seen of them fully, and they look like a well-oiled machine right now. And that machine might just keep rampaging through this bracket if they continue to play like that, because, I mean, boy, was that a convincing one.
And as you saw on that Sheets bracket, it is now next going to be Northwestern PA College Academy versus Garnet Valley High School. And again, we'll be getting to see a little bit more of, I think, a closer ranking, because again, Northwestern PA is the 4th, where we've got Garnet Valley as the 5th. So we'll maybe see a little bit more of a clash between these two to find out who's going to be moving into that semifinal going against Susquehanna.
Yeah, a little bit of a closer game if the seeds indicate anything, because that first one was 1 versus 9. This one, like you mentioned, 4 versus 5. And those usually tend to have closer matchups that we see between both these teams. Both of them also did 3-0 their way into this part of the bracket after the round of 16. So they both have that momentum moving forward from getting a nice, easy 3-0, moving forward in the bracket. And now you're facing a team that's a little bit more on your level. So we'll see which one of these teams ends up moving forward to face Susquehanna, because I mean, you get to the semifinals, but you have to face probably one of the best teams that we have in the entire bracket. So bragging rights is what I think is on the line for both of these teams at the start, and then the ability to go play Susquehanna in that semifinal matchup and see if they can make something happen a little bit better than what Susquehanna had to deal with in that quarterfinal matchup we just saw.
And with these two, it's a great warm-up because you're going against someone who's at your level to start prepping, start finding those potential weaknesses against a really competitive team in the same realm against one of these teams. So, and as we take a look, from the history, we're going to be entering into Lijiang Tower first. Again, consistently that control map. The things that I'm really focusing on, again, are almost the DPS lines here. With NWPA, they've really had, with their players, a lot of just agency with Lions 22 in the past, who has been here. Their DPS line with the projectile has been stellar. Same thing with Garnet Valley High School. They've had Luke, who's played this Junkrat, which did a number of executions coming up on this map. So I'm really curious to see if Luke will be able to find the same type of value that we've seen in weeks prior, but also really focusing on the synergy from Garnet between the Pingu and Snowy. There has been some stellar self-destruct combinations coming out from this player as well. Snowy on point, and we'll be able to see probably that same type of play going into this series, just like we saw some great self-destructs coming out in the previous one, Kenobi.
Yeah, I think tank line also is a pretty important thing that I like my eyes are on. I mean, the DPS, like we saw in our last series, really do matter, especially with EHT playing as well as they did on their pocket picks of like the Tracer and the Doomfist. But the tank line, Zeeth specifically, if we do see the Rush versus Rush mirror, Reinhardt really is impactful in a lot of those situations, and my eyes are going to be on those tank players because Reinhardt kind of leads the team, and if the Reinhardts aren't really matched the same way, there is a team that usually has a distinct advantage unless those DPS are popping off. So we'll have to see going into our first map of Lijiang, because this is a map where we do see a lot more of the rush, because control, at least on Lijiang, you have a lot more of these enclosed areas to fight on where rush really does thrive, and I think that's what we'll see most likely, unless we do see some variation, which would be interesting for me because variation is something I always like to see.
Is it going to be one bench pressing 400 and the other benching 200, or are they only micro pounds away from each other as we enter into our second series of the day between NWPA and Garnet Valley High School? So let's see what this first map of Garden's going to hold for us, Kenobi, as we see what the compositions will demonstrate.
And interestingly enough, we're not seeing a Baptiste coming out from Northwest PA Collegiate. We're actually seeing a Moira instead. So there's a lot of healing output here, but there isn't that immortality field. And that immortality field difference could mean everything in these long and elongated fights.
And you can see already up front needing to use it to try and sustain through it. And you've got the utility of Cheese Fries in the back, continuing to just bob and weave in and out of these engagements. Beautiful wall to come out from the back line. Even though the health values are low here for GVHS, they're managing to sustain with the photon barrier coming out. Luke just constantly charging that beam for the Symmetra and the fire strike to end it all by VJan.
Yeah, Luke absolutely putting the rest of Northwest PA Collegiate in the microwave right now. And you saw the Baptiste really impactful in that scenario because you have so much healing output with just your nades, with your regeneration, and that immortality field really kept Garnet Valley in that fight extremely long. But now Northwest PA Collegiate is coming back in. They have a coalescence, so there's a lot of healing and incoming damage coming in from Northwest PA Collegiate's composition in this next fight. You see Lions 10 is prepping this coalescence, waiting for the perfect moment to just move the team forward.
Amplification Matrix now coming out by GVHS, getting some great damage down the choke point into White Room, gets the early takedown onto Jordan, and you're just going to see NWPA have to fail out of this. They can't afford to stay that close with the tank on.
And with Luke being so high charge right now, this is just going to be a bunch of cleanup kills for the Symmetra. Garnet Valley still have a very good control of this map so far. I'm just going to be waiting for Northwest PA Collegiate to come back in. Really well played with the Ant Matrix as well from Mercy Main, by the way, just using it directly in front of that right room. There is no way Northwest PA Collegiate can move forward in that scenario against so much incoming damage, but Northwest PA coming into this next fight have a ton of ultimates to work with, about to have a 5-pack of them, and so much sustainability with Isaac having the sound barrier.
Leading in with it too to press against to see if they can sustain through the Earth Shatter that lands as you've got Luke going down. The photon barrier is still there, but even with that exchange, you still have Garnet Valley taking advantage and claiming this point still with now final fight territory.
And no one took down the Symmetra turrets either, so Luke was just getting so much free damage onto any of the members who walked through that little doorway from Northwest PA Collegiate, and Northwest PA have to make some swaps here, but Isaac goes down. That means there's no speed, and this is where Garnet Valley can press their advantage a little bit and try and get some kills and stop them from even getting to point.
Yeah, Snowy right now, so aggressive, is going to get locked down in the grab by Jordan, but there's still some opportunity to get a couple of picks with the contention coming through in the backside. Snowy drawing back with the defense matrix, though, going to mitigate those shots coming through, does get the support line. You're not going to see Lions 10 survive for much longer with a regroup, and this should just be a nice cleanup here. The numbers advantage still in favor of GVHS, and they should be able to clean it up.
Yeah, very convincing. You mentioned Luke at the start, Rich, before we talked about it, and this Symmetra play has been absolutely phenomenal so far. It's going to net them a win on our first map, or first round of Lijiang Tower. Interesting to see where we'd go next, because if we go to something like Control Center, the Symmetra works, but it also works on night markets, so this Symmetra pick for Luke can work really well no matter what round we go to next of this map, and it looks like we are going to be going to Control Center, and Symmetra very good on this map. Ability to use teleporter very aggressively, can throw down those turrets in these very enclosed areas where chokeholds are really extremely important to get through. So it's going to be, again, Northwest PA Collegiate. They're going to be the ones who have to really buckle down and make sure those turrets aren't just free firing onto their backline.
And really keeping pace with their Junkrat play, which we've seen from some of the highlights previously in the weeks during the seed phase. And with this, as you said, Symmetra joined now with the Pingu on this Junkrat. There's going to be a lot of shield shred as well.
Oh,
but
what a
that
deflected
fire strike from Lions 22, like I commented on the opposing side. With this Genji is someone you really have to watch out for, especially on this map where we've seen consistent Dragonblade play.
I mean, I don't remember the last time I've ever seen a deflected fire strike get a kill, not even 2 of them. So this was play already for Northwest PA Collegiate. This Genji working out wonders for them right now. Northwest PA have the point secured for themselves and can start taking up their percentage in these long, elongated fights.
And as you can see, the high ground maintained by GVHS, still continuing to use cheese fries in the back to move through that doorway to not be overwhelmed. But this is the pickup coming through. Once again, numbers advantage. And this map is much stronger here for Northwest PA to really force back Garnet.
And they're also not letting Symmetra set up, which is what I like to see from them. Symmetra isn't at a point where they're just throwing down those turrets and letting them get free damage. They're taking them down. Another fire strike deflect kill. Hello? Someone stop this man.
Are we going to have like a deflect fire strike counter? We'll have that as a graphic.
That's 3 so
we'll
far.
keep track of it more ourselves. Yeah, 3 in total. Let's see if we
You're
can
lucky
count
if you
more
get
than
3 in
one
a year.
And again, Lions 22 being that pro MVP play with this Genji. Is the Dragonblade going to find value? You've got a great backline pick with the Junkrat. Again, just so much damage. Going to reset GV.
I mean, this has just been a masterclass so far coming out from Northwest PA Collegiate. The deflecting fire strike kills. Now there's the Graviton Surge. The DPS ultimates as well coming in from Northwest PA. This is a winnable scenario for them, but here comes Garnet Valley.
Flux gets a nice pick, but the barriers are there. Is the takedown going to come through? You've got the Riptire and the grab being synergized one with the other. Will it gain value? It's actually not going to get nearly as much as like, whoa, there it is, the tail end of it. I spoke too soon. 2 come through, and Jordan holds on tight in the front, even though there's a long town pin in the back. This is now final fight territory, and you've got the Dragonblade, the Sound Barrier, and the Earth Shatter held on to.
Patience is key, my friend, for those Junkrat tires. But the Dragon Blade is going to come out here for Lions 22, but there is that Junkrat tire, which could counter that Dragon Blade as soon as it goes through. And actually, it's going to be used aggressively at the start. Can Pingu find anything? Oh, it almost finds the Genji and actually gets taken down by their counterpart.
What a response in the back to eliminate that, so there's no advantage, but the Baptiste is down. You're solely relying on the Lucio, but the sound barrier is there. Dragon Blade comes out, manages to get rid of that Immortality Field and a hack and slash through the back line as the Junkrat gets picked off. Luke with a stun, attempting to slow this momentum back into the fight as the 99 overtime will look to reach its end and just vanish in front of the eyes of Garnet Valley as we enter into a round 3 where this 4 and 5 seed definitely put on a show.
I mean, it looks like we do have a series on our hands because the first round of this map, 100-0 for Garnet Valley. Second round, 100-0 for Northwest PA Collegiate. So we'll see who has the upper edge on our night market map because this is that match point here, or not match point, round point here for both of these teams. We're at that 1-1. I wonder if we see Luke go back into the Symmetra play because on this map, it's a little bit easier to set up directly on the point with the Symmetra. So looks like that's exactly what both these teams will do. And that first fight will be incredibly important because if Garnet Valley win, they can keep their Symmetra set up. If they lose, it's going to be so hard for them to get back onto the point and set up that Symmetra again.
But once again, we see Lions 22 on that signature character, which we have highlighted multiple times before. Can these turrets be placed quick enough? You've got now Luke again countering with that double sim play. The Immortality Field already out. But look at the health values of Garnet Valley just being reduced to nothing, disintegrated in front of the eyes of NWPA, and now just cleaning up the baby diva all alone with nowhere to run.
Disintegration is exactly what I would call that, and you have to see Garnet Valley have to make some swaps. They can't stick on the Symmetra, which is just going to continue, just have a rough time trying to reset back onto points. So they go to something different. They go to a pharmacy composition. Now, there's nothing realistically on Northwest PA's Collegiate composition that can deal with the Pharah in the air. So there's a lot of spam that's going to be coming through from Luke, essentially for free, and Garnet Valley is going to have to try and follow up on the damage.
I'm really liking this pick. You just need to try and keep those shields up to block these sightlines. And look at the evasion from Luke, constantly rotating from window to window to force this Reinhardt shield from Lions 19 to rotate away. Beautiful block by Jan as they have that opportunity to turn this around. The Immortality Field going to be placed along with the Amplification Matrix, so this is going to be Garnet Valley taking advantage, even with Jordan saying farewell and falling into the outskirts of that environment. You now have a swap at that just 48% marker.
You talked about it. The swap is really well played from Garnet Valley. Luke already close towards that barrage, and there's, again, nothing really to deal with Luke, and there hasn't been a swap yet from Northwest PA Collegiate that would deal with it. And oh my, there's no way. A double conk kill off the side like that. Well, that means that that's just going to be more. Oh no, don't tell me another one. Oh,
I got it.
Gosh.
Close.
They got him.
They tried to get the concussion button to get back on.
Oh. I can't believe I just
we
saw
that. 3 kills with a deflected fire strike. Now we see 3 kills with a concussion rocket off the edge. We're just having a great day, friends, of amazing plays.
Oh, and here's the rocket barrage. There's 2 already down. Talk about amazing plays. Are they going to be able to get the resurrection, though, onto Luke?
It's a risky play. You've got the trap prepared. You have the Diva attempting to go up by Snowy to give some space for Cheese Fries to get back into this, but they're not going to be able to find it. So there is at least an opportunity to get back into this. But these rockets are coming from so far in the back by Luke that it's really not going to matter. And now you see the surpassing percentage for GDHS. They press on this point with a grab going into it. This is an opportunity to maybe switch it around. Does get the pick on the support in the back, which says, no, it doesn't matter.
Garnet Valley still in the advantage, especially in the kill feed right now. Luke is just left uncontested in the air. And Rich, we're at 75% right now for Garnet Valley. This is last fight territory for Northwest PA Collegiate. They have some ultimates to work with. They're going to have the sound barrier and the M-Matrix, but unless he goes down, that means that this is for sure going to be the last fight that we have. There is no more time left for Northwest PA Collegiate to try and make something happen.
Junkrat might be the explosive master, but the precision comes out by Luke. The sound barrier has to be forced by Isaac. You've got the Lions 19 tank line and Jordan going down. This is easily Garnet Valley High School's round, unless there is a miraculous turnaround here with WPA. Looking to try and get onto the point, continuing to just touch to draw this into an overtime, but Garnet Valley High School with the swap from Luke, even with the counter attempt late by Lions 22, it's not enough to switch this over, and Garnet Valley comes out on top with a great recognition of the opposing composition.
And I love just the entire map that we had from there between both of these teams, because Northwest PA had really good moments where they swapped around their composition to try and beat what Garnet Valley was bringing to the table. And then Garnet Valley also had adaptations of their own. So both of these teams seem very adept at playing the rock, paper, scissors game of Overwatch that we have with these team compositions, and it's just Garnet Valley who squeak it out at the very end with that brilliant Farah play from Luke. But this should be, and it looks to be, a much closer series than our previous one. These two teams are almost inches apart, it feels like.
I'm calling it now. I feel like we're going to game 5. Feel like we're going to go to game 5. Calling it now.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that
surprised.
prediction is just as much right as our other one that was earlier by HyperX to see if Mannheim's going to get it towards the end. But, with these two teams, like you said, so close, really, really micro plays. The adaptation is so critical. And I almost feel if Lions 22 swapped at the initial recognition of that Farah swap, it would have been much more in their favor. The Deadeye would have accumulated a lot quicker. They would have had it to get that bird out of the sky to take the advantage, to swap it over, and now going into our next map, which again we'll still be waiting to see what NWP is going to choose because it is the loser's decision, will really kind of also dictate potentially what type of composition they might look to run.
And I think as well what they're going to do now is they're going to put some respect on Luke's name, where it's like we can't just let a player of this caliber, of this DPS caliber, realistically just be in the air or be uncontested no matter what DPS they're playing. We saw there the Farah didn't really have a lot of contention until the very end when there was that switch to the McCree, right? It was still mostly the Symmetra, the Junkrat, things like that aren't going to necessarily deal with Farahs as adeptly as something like a McCree. And you don't even have to realistically kill the Farah. That's the thing, is you just need to put pressure. The threat of the McCree is really what is there. If you can take out the Farah, that's great, but having the threat of the McCree is I think equally as important as having the McCree itself.
100%, especially when it came to that first initial swap, because you saw the Farah play going from window to window freely, no worry at all. And there was even a couple of moments where the Mercy left the pocket of the Farah because they had the confidence and say, they're not going to contest it. They have nothing to bring us down. So I can continue to maintain the front line, keep the Ryan Zarya alive or the Ryan Diva, and maintain pressure on the point for free rockets to rain, really, as we actually get confirmation that we're going into Blizzard World. So we're seeing a little bit of a different scenic view as we enter into the glorious imaginary land that is Blizzard World. I mean, I know we've talked about it so many times before on other broadcasts, but I'd love to be going to this as a real place and be on that roller coaster in the back just for the deep descent from the high.
I don't like roller coasters. So
I'm learning a lot about you today.
I just stick on the pylon terrace. I just chill. I don't know. Roller coasters aren't my thing. I go to Raid of the Black King, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a pylon latte.
I'll blame you for that.
Or an espresso.
It's okay, you gotta get some
cappuccino.
Yes. Would it be Zerg espresso and Terran cappuccino? I think we'll do that.
Okay, yeah.
We'll go
I
with
can see that.
The three titles. We'll do that.
Or I might just sit here and play Hearthstone. Just,
that too. Run the gauntlet. Run the gauntlet of games. Get all the lattes, and just maybe fathom the idea of you being on the roller coaster while I scream at the top of my lungs at the peak.
I could probably hear you over everyone else.
You probably could. I'm very, very loud. Or if I black out, then it's a different story. But as we take a look now on the attacking side, we're going to have NWPA leading the charge here with the defensive position from Garnet Valley.
Oh, and I'm actually really liking Garnet Valley on the defense here, bringing out this Sigma. It has a lot of control of the high ground and some spam. Also, that CC is going to be incredibly important to try and deal with something like a Genji going in. A very interesting scenario, though, is that Lions 10 is going to be on the Mercy, so that's not a pick that we see too often, but BJN is down, and that means that this fight is basically over for Northwest PA.
And you had Luke gets such a huge early advantage with the Dynamite, but unfortunately, you're just going to see this defensive side from Garnet Valley fall short. Northwestern PA going to take the advantage, throttling forward, and with 3+ minutes already going into taking this into the streets phase, I mean, NWPA sitting pretty with 5.5 minutes.
And you see Luke has actually gone over to the Farron now, and they're making some swaps on the side of Northwest PA. So they've learned their lesson, and they're just going to decide, okay, you know what, Luke, you just don't get to play the game at all. We're going double hit scan against you, the McCree and the Soldier 76. So Luke has to play incredibly carefully around the geometry of the map. If you step out of line just once, the McCree and the Soldier 76, like that, can put a lot of pressure on you.
You've got Garnet Valley coming in. Well, I've got my Bishop in position, but NWPA says, well, too bad. I've got my Queen in a better one with the Lions 22 pick of this McCree. And you can see it. Luke is so scared to peek this corner and does get taken down. This payload moving freely already by the terrace to pick up a Cappuccino on the way by. And the res comes through, though, at least with the Mercy.
I mean, especially because of the fact that these are damage boosted hit scan because of the Mercy, so it's even harder for Luke to really play that aggressive. And there goes Cheese Fries, so that means the Farrah just doesn't have a pocket anymore, and this is a 6v5 fight here for Northwest PA. These switches have been working so well for them.
And you're still going to get line 22 in the back with that coverage just close enough for the radius. Blizzard coming out with a Rocket Barrage combination to attempt for a nice advance. You got two going down. There is Luke taking down another. The double hit scan, despite them taking the early advantage, will not be able to shut down Luke because these catwalk bridgeways are actually blocking a lot of the sightline.
Luke says, it doesn't matter if I don't have my pocket. I have Barrage. I just have the raw damage myself, and Luke just completely turns that fight on its head by themselves. Now, in this next fight, it's still going to be very hard for Luke to play aggressive because you look on the side of Northwest PA Collegiate, they have both of their ultimates in the DPS, which are very adept at dealing with Ferez in the sky. So Luke gonna have to know that those are available and gonna have to play extremely safe.
Drawing back here on this front catwalk. Jan continuing to wait as the Deadeye now comes out by Lines 22, generated from a lot of the early damage that was coming out, but does get taken down by Snowy's micro rockets, and this front line holding strong in that narrow choke point just around the tank.
And Northwest PA Collegiate, all of the advantage that they had seems to have, and all the momentum that they had seems to have evaporated a little bit. This Mercy, while I do like the idea of damage boosting your hit scan, I think they'd be better off with something like an AoE healer, because right now the AoE battle is being completely lost because there's a Baptiste on the other side, which is much more adept at dealing with AoE damage and AoE healing, whereas the Mercy, much more of a single target healing. So a lot of mental RAM needed for a Mercy player to win these fights, and there's a Barrage.
Nice high ground position, does get one, taking at least one of the hit scan down, and you also see that rotation in the back, the tumble, the flashbang, the final takedown, allowing the numbers advantage here for NWPA. I mean, I would agree with you because the Baptiste also supplies the immortality field in addition to the area of effect healing, but with this momentum, they might be able to work their way into this enclosed area where Farah will not have nearly as much positioning.
Yeah, but there are going to be the respawns here available for Garnet Valley here coming back into this next fight. There's also the Blizzard, and actually Lucas just decided not to go beyond the Farah anymore, so this is a wholesale swap on the DPS line coming in from Garnet Valley. And now I think this is going to be much better in the Rush v Rush Mirror.
A little bit more of a chaotic dive, too, separated as well, and the Tactical Visor's actually going to be able to get one from NWPA, getting rid of the May, but still tosses out the Blizzard, causing some challenges for Garnet Valley on the defensive side. Snowy tosses out the grab, only really getting one, not going to really prevent NWPA from reaching the checkpoint, and they're going to have 3.5 minutes now to push into this final phase.
Really love how Northwest PA Collegiate just set up that fight where they use both their hit scan ultis on the different parts of the map. So the TAC Visor's coming from one area, High Noon's coming from one area, and you can't block both of them at the same time. So really well played from Northwest PA. They're moving forward with about 3 minutes in their time bank here. So a lot of time to work with in this enclosed area where there is no Farah anymore. So that biggest threat of the hit scan is gone. And now Blessy has switched over to that Junkrat. So there's going to be a lot of spam coming in.
Aggression comes out. Luke gets the takedown onto the Reinhardt again. Cal 19. We need to be very careful. All drawing back because they know their spawn is nearby and not going to give any more ult percentage.
Seeing a retreat here from Northwest PA. There is a Graviton Surge coming in from Jordan into this next fight. Now, follow-up, there isn't necessarily too much of it in terms of ultimates. However, you have a Junkrat that can just spam into that Graviton Surge and pump out a ton of damage. As long as you make sure that you take out the Immortality Field, that's going to be the biggest thing when this Graviton Surge comes out, where that Immortality Field is being placed.
Oh, there's a Shatter to come out up front, manages to get the support, and Luke, mind you, on GVHS with NWPA pressing forward, attempting to swing it back, but they can't. The Amplification Matrix gives so much advanced damage for another hold defensively.
Beautiful placed Immortality, or Amplification Matrix from Mercy Main, by the way, is able to basically stop the entirety of Northwest PA Collegiate from moving forward because they're moving into the sights of that Amp Matrix, and Northwest PA Collegiate still... This time bank that they had that was looking so good at the start has ticked down all the way to 1 minute and 30 seconds. And actually, we're seeing a swap from the Reinhardt onto the Winston. So more of a dive tank look here. Double bubble coming in from Northwest PA Collegiate. But Cal 19 has to be very careful.
Ooh, getting already half health. There's the sound barrier to make sure that they have enough to sustain as the grab comes out in the front, but the Immortality Field is there. Luke so low in the back trying to heal. The supports are doing such a stellar job, but is... Oh my! The 5 self-destruct. Snowy, mentioned it before, a force to be reckoned with if the positioning and timing is right, and completely shuts down all of NWPA.
Off the back of a huge shatter as well coming in from VJan, and that's a fight obliteration coming in from Garnet Valley. Northwest PA Collegiate moving calls Lions 22 back over to that Genji. Their pocket pick, it seems like that works out so well for them. Here comes the dive.
Blessy also going to throw out the Riptire. Can they get value? They get 2. It might not be 5, as we saw with Snowy, but that's still value with the Baptist going down in the back and responsiveness coming through from NWPA. Jordan getting a great takedown on the support line that's necessary for this last 35 seconds to be helpful for this conclusion of the last phase.
There's going to be so much spam now coming in from Northwest PA Collegiate's composition. Garnet Valley has to be very careful because a lot of it's also going to be damage boosted. But this is the last fight here. 20 seconds is all that's left for Northwest PA. They either win this fight and complete the map, or they're going to be stopped here before third.
That's going to give a little bit of aggression here for the defensive position. But the that's 4. We're almost on to 2 hands, friends, as we're going to keep counting up. As you do have Vjan with the sound barrier up front, giving a nice defensive advance to press onto this, cleaning up, and the overtime has blocked. You do have Valve from Lions 10 attempting with the Dragon Blade, and now ending time to rage. The numbers continue to dwindle. Garnet Valley Heights on the defense are able to hold on here and manage to push back NWPA with that final takedown onto the Winston. The Lucio comes in quickly with those skates, but Isaac's not going to be able to hold on for long. That's going to be the dwindling clock, preventing once again before the ending of this completed round.
I mean, if you're Garnet Valley, with how those first 2 points went, keeping Northwest PA Collegiate from capping the map at all, you're pretty happy with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure Northwest PA Collegiate had 5.5 minutes moving forward after their first win on that first point, and then got to third with 3 minutes, and they don't even finish the map. So Northwest PA maybe kicking themselves a little bit that they weren't able to convert that large time bank lead into a full cap of the map. But now for Garnet Valley on the other side, their win condition is set. They basically just need to complete the map, maybe just a little bit less, but the way that they swapped around their composition, both these teams actually did a very good job swapping around their comps. You know, we saw the Farah come out, then Northwest PA is like, great, we're just going to play double hit scan, we're going to win second point. Once that happened, Garnet Valley is like, okay, well, now we can switch off of that and we can play more of a spammy style of composition. So both of these teams, the Rock, Paper, Scissors has been working out really well for both of them, but for Garnet Valley, they just come up on top a little bit more on that defense.
Absolutely, as now we're looking to see how this swap of sides is going to be. I'm really, really excited to see if we get to see Zenyatta. We've not really seen that just yet here. Mercy main, definitely showing that they are able to play more than just the Mercy, but it's going to be swapped over here to that Lucio play. Not surprisingly, because that utility from the movement speed is so critical for this type of composition.
Definitely agree there, as We're going to see Garnet Valley moving out of spawn, and they're bringing out the Hanzo as well from Luke, so a little bit more long-range damage coming out from Garnet Valley, as opposed to what Northwest PA Collegiate bring to the table, where they're just essentially very short-ranged, brawly types of composition. Think of it like a T-Rex, where if they get you, they will take you down, but they have to get you first.
And I mean, you don't have long enough arms to grab anything, so it's a bad time. With an anti-nade like that, it's definitely a bad time. You're going to see a nice takedown early for Garnet Valley on this attacking position. Should be able to throttle forward, managing to just pounce on this defensive position for NWPA, but they're not out of it yet. The res comes through, and you actually have Lions 22 with a pickup onto May, so you're not going to get that lockdown and crowd control, but Luke's still playing the side ground here, and actually NWPA recovers.
But it's very close. You're moving back and forth. There's the immortality field, so gonna heal the rest of the team back up. Ant Matrix comes in, and this might be where Garnet Valley can start taking some space away from Northwest PA and start taking up the percentage.
What a lightning fast grab. That was up and ready at 60 seconds. I mean, that's definitely a lot of extra damage being pumped out here by Snowy to drop that on their enemy, and that's a take here to have a decent time bank as well.
Oh, and there goes the fire strike just at the very end. It's like, okay, I got you. Later. I'm going to retreat now back to my team here. But actually, the wall comes out, so they might be able to take down Lions 19 here if they want to play aggressively, but it looks like they're just going to try and spam them down. Oh, actually, to get the kill, and we see now it's Lions 22, Rich, who are going to be opting for that Pharah play. But this time, Garnet Valley have something to deal with the Pharah. It's Luke here on this Hanzo, which can take out Pharahs, especially with how many times they're hitting these shots.
I mean, look at how precise both Luke and Pingu is. A Dragon Strike generated and tossed onto the side to really just zone out most of NWPA. I mean, what a stellar play. Honestly, finding so much value with this Hanzo and just needs to be monitored.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Luke before this match even started, and I can see exactly why. There comes a shatter up block, though, from VJ. Nice anti onto Pingu, but the immortality field is so well placed from Mercifane, by the way. Blizzard is soon ready for the Pingu here. Could stop PA Collegiate from even getting onto this point.
Ooh, Bio comes out on the front side. Still going to be numbers advantage for NWPA as Jordan tosses out the grab, getting locked down into the Blizzard as Snowy tosses and also has the sound barrier from Cheese Fries. Keeping up and healthy as Garnet Valley moves forward with a very, very healthy time bank of 5 minutes and 20 seconds, Kenobi.
So much time. Luke is able to take out the counterpart in Lions 22, and just so much momentum right now here for Garnet Valley moving forward. Like you mentioned, 5 minutes in their time bank. The Pingu goes off the map. I think they might... Okay, Luke, come on.
Can you stop, Luke?
Stop.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. Dragon Strike now going to come in, finding potentially another. You've got Snowy there to follow up. Just because you've got that assistance with the back line, this might just be a clean push to the golden box of victory for Blizzard World.
I mean, they're just spawn camping them right now, not letting Northwest PA Collegiate even get out of their spawn. You see some desperation swaps coming from Call Lions 19, going over to the Hammond, actually going to be sticking on the Reinhardt, which is, I think, the decision that you need to make. You need to shield in front of Luke, or Luke will pick apart your back line. And here comes the re-engage.
Oh man, Jay does have that Earth Shatter, the Death Blossom, and Dragon Strike committed here, triple in total. So NWPA unloading a lot from the bank to make sure they can hold strong.
Yeah, NWPA finally able to just cauterize the wound. They are able to start holding now on their defensive end. Used a lot of ultimates to win that fight, though, and not going to have too much of an ultimate bank for themselves. Lions 22 might be going back to switch, potentially. No, it doesn't look like. Actually, yeah, okay, going to the McCree. So, again, kind of T-Rexy right here for NWPA. They don't have a lot of range advantage to deal with the Hanzo or the May, but they have the ability that if this fight gets enclosed and in this area, they can basically end the fight.
Try and kick a soccer ball at a T-Rex. Just watch him grab it. Face just hit. You've got to shatter underneath the payload. Does get through. The immortality field is there to attempt to sustain and actually hold on. And you do see NWPA survive, but the grab pulls too close enough for Luke to get a double on the Dragon Strike. And now just evading, dodging as much of the damage as possible. And Luke just unable to do any more evasive maneuvers to survive as 3 minutes and 10 seconds remain for Garnet Valley.
unreal clutch there from NWPA. I mean, there is almost no world where I thought they had a chance of winning that fight, but they were able to keep themselves alive. Beautiful immortality field placement from Lions 10. And that's going to be NWPA still holding 3 minutes, though, still left for Garnet Valley. So NWPA still has a lot of work to do, and they're going up against a Blizzard, a Sound Barrier, and that Ant Matrix. And Call Lions 22 is down.
Grab Shatter comes through, a little bit of an overlap, but regardless, it's still going to be another momentum shift for NWPA, and they just constantly take one fight after another, and that's how they have to play this to hold on.
Just keep going up the rungs of the ladder. That's exactly what you have to do. They also are able to form up their own Sound Barrier now in time and in conjunction with Garnet Valley's own Sound Barrier from Cheese Fries, and we're seeing VJan rotate around this other side, so they're not going to go through that entryway. They're going to go through the more enclosed area. Oh, there's a nice wall. Are they going to be able to take down this Reaper?
Oh, they do. There's no ability for the supports to get there for the extra movement as the barrier up front comes through. Manages to try and find the follow-up onto Lions 22, but a stellar Sound Barrier comes out the backside, still between the pillars, allowing 22 to stay alive with Snowy getting rid of that immortality field. That's when the Reinhardt's going to fall. Pingu gets that execution as the Dragon Strike comes through to sever the team, and you see Snowy following up on the support. Lack of mobility is now in favor of GVHS as they take down that Lucio with Luke. Getting the great Storm Arrow with the Death Blossom falling shy again. You at least still manage to get the May, but it doesn't get as much value as that golden box continues to approach.
Box of victory. Oh, Collins tries to go in and get a flashbang, but it doesn't end up working out, and that should be it, Rich. Garnet Valley is going to take a 2-0 series lead.
Yep, that's going to be no hope for Jordan there at the end of it. Garnet Valley will be able to take this and put us on match point.
I mean, that was close at the end there. Full credit, though, I mean, to NWPA, who, I mean, we're looking at 5-minute time bank at the very end of that from Garnet Valley High School and got it all the way down to about 1.5 minutes. It was a very, very valiant defense, but just not enough. And Snowy getting that play of the game, obviously, with a 5K Diva bomb. You know what we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen, because this is a new patch, we haven't seen any mech kills, or re-mech kills yet.
True.
Which I would like to see at some point.
The desire to see executions from, it's no longer, I mean, okay, let's be honest. 57 eliminations. 57 eliminations on that card for those that were paying attention to that. 76%. That is unreal. So, as I just had to acknowledge that, you are right. We have gone from the focus of, are we going to get Torbjorn Hammer takedowns? Or are we going to get now Diva mech takedowns? That's where the momentum has shifted. It is now our focus to look for that. But I mean, even that self-destruct, you got the D-mech. You're basically like, well, I didn't really get to toss it anywhere. So the Shatter comes in immediately after and is like, don't worry, I got you.
Oh,
we'll
now
set
I do.
this up. We
now
work
I do,
as a
yeah.
team. Now you got it.
I mean, it was just a great, I think a great map of Overwatch, actually, from both of these teams. They had some really good ideas on how to swap. NWPA had some, we're playing that, again, kind of like, I say it again because it's T-Rex is the best way to describe the comp, but like very short range against the Hanzo. And if you're GVA in that, or you're Garnet Valley in that point, you're like, okay, well, we have a Hanzo, we can just outrange you, and we don't really want to play into the rush, right? We're going to break your shield, we're going to take away your cooldowns, and if it's someone like Luke who is on that Hanzo, I mean, the guy is unstoppable, right? It feels like just another level of DPS that we haven't even seen in our previous series, right? This was like EHT, we saw have some really good moments, but Luke is popping off right now. And for NWPA, something's got to change on this second map. And they had some good moments, but again, just not enough.
And now, as we do have confirmation, it will be the map of Rialto. So we actually get a lot of variation in the map lineup so far today. We've seen a lot of consistency in, you know, other competitive play, but there is a wide range when it comes to these schools and what their comforts are. And I'm really interested to see if there's any adjustments as well going into this. The defensive position also has that environmental opportunity. I don't think we'll see too much waiver from what the typical composition has been so far between these, but to piggyback off of your mention about Luke, if Luke is not acknowledged to the level of gameplay that they are bringing to these fights, it is truly going to be Garnet Valley High School, making this a 3-0, which I will be unfortunately having to say didn't go to a map 5.
Well, we still have 2 more games after, so those could go map 5s. You know, maybe you were just a little bit late on your or a little bit early, let's say, on your prediction. But it looks like for NWPA, they're going to be the ones attacking first, and they're opting for more of a dive look coming after them, which I think actually favors them because we see Lions 22 has been a very adept Genji player. I mean, has 4 Fire Strike deflect kills, which I haven't seen 4 Fire Strike deflect kills in maybe 2 years of watching Overwatch. But you see Garnet Valley's on this close hold, and Lions 19 is going to get absolutely obliterated right there. And
Luke is just having a field day. It's just basically free firing. I mean, you're the most comfortable cowboy I've seen in a long time right now.
Oh, and Jordan. Actually, they got the DMAC onto Jordan, so Jordan has to go swap over. And in an enclosed area like this is going to be much better for Garnet Valley's composition. You see already Lions 22 is very low, has to dash back to their team, but they finally get Snowy on the DMAC. That's good.
Going to allow that tank line to slowly dwindle up front. VJan has an opportunity to hold strong here. He's actually the environmental kill comes out by Lions 19. Not sure if that was an accident or partially part of the boop that just didn't get registered, as Lions 19 is actually going to swap to a Wrecking Ball for more heavy mobility.
Actually, looks like it's going to be the Reinhardt instead, so they're going to try and brawl it out. Or actually, no, Lions just not sure exactly what they want to pick. They're going to stick with the Winston. Now, Lions 22 getting close towards that Dragon Blade. That could be the thing that switches this fight around, and Lions actually 19 going to go back over to the Reinhardt. So we are going to be brawling it out here. That Pulse Bomb from Blessy could be the thing that they need for NWP to open this fight.
Overwatch Wheel of Fortune right now to get that tank decision, but ultimately it's the first one to fall regardless of that randomized selection, with now Luke looking for a flank, trying to find. It gets a little overwhelmed here, could go down. That Tracer play from Blessy and the assistance from the Lucio of Isaac is managing to get rid of the remaining individuals, allowing it to push forward and attempt to reach this courtyard.
And the close hold works really well, though, for Garnet Valley. I mean, you've taken 2 minutes off of the clock with just that close hold. Now, if you're Northwest PA Collegiate, you do have some ultimates to work with. You're going to have the Dragon Blade. You can use the Valkyrie as well to damage boost that and move forward and try and get some kills, because there is no defensive ultimate from the side of Garnet Valley High School. They only have the Blizzard, so that Blizzard is probably going to be used as a counter-engage tool.
Shatter, but no one's there. The Mercy was actually using wings to go to the ally in the back, so they did not get hit by that. So it's really a loss of an ult. The early takedown as well. 2 now, both DPS gone. The support falls in suit. That's going to be NWPA just now getting their momentum needed to reach this checkpoint and to recover from that deficit of the time bank.
Feels like a little bit of desperation as well coming in with those ultimates from Garnet Valley High School. Pingu gets low and then throws out the Blizzard in a situation where you didn't necessarily have the follow-up, and this should be NWPA taking this first point here. There is a possibility of a recontest from Garnet Valley.
You can see Lions now
Pingu
with the blade. He's got that May in the back, and the combination of self-destruct does actually clip the Tracer. Blessy goes down, no Pulse Bomb. Dragon Blade goes in after the Cryo Freeze is no longer available. You're going to see 55 seconds remaining as the contention comes through with Cheese Fries giving the sound barrier, but you've lost that support ultimate, and you're hoping that you can rely on now Mercy Main's Amplification Matrix for this final fight.
Pingu goes on a huge flank there and is able to contest at the very end before the cap comes through, and so much was committed to trying to take out Pingu that they weren't able to take out the rest of the members in the fight. And NWPA, 30 seconds left for them. This is last fight. Luckily, they have a pulse, they have a sound barrier to work with, so the sustainability is there for them, but there's an Ant Matrix at the start. Very well placed.
Wall is going to also separate the supports for a brief moment. The sound barrier does still come through here for NWPA, as you've got the Deadeye. It's not going to get any value, but Snowy sure will be able to follow up. The res, though, gives some assistance. NWPA trying to get close enough to keep this in contention as the 5 seconds remain. Self-destruct also helping here from Jordan, with the Valk still continuing to give assistance to the front line. Lions 19 holding strong. The Shatter comes out, gets the double stun, and continues to try and swing away at Lions 22, but just tailing around that payload, using the obstacle to their advantage as the overtime continues to dwindle. High noon available if necessary to use in this to secure the last point. Can't seem to find the shot onto the Tracer. The Flashbang comes in for 2 with the assistance of the remaining few, and even with the DMX, that Battle Diva's coming out up top to give some extra damage onto the Tracer, force them away, and the checkpoint is reached.
Lions 22 and Lions 10 go absolutely nuts in that last fight. Lions 22 is able to get so much damage done with the McCree, as well with the Valkyrie coming in from Lions 10. And Lions 10 was also able to take out the Reinhardt with the melee kill during Valkyrie, which means that there is no Reinhardt shield. That means that it's free for Lions 22 to just move forward with that Peacekeeper and pump out so much damage. But here comes the recontest from Garnet Valley.
Ooh, nice pin to try and separate man from up front. Shatter comes out as well. WPA not out of this yet, but still finding some critical picks, and that long-range shot here from the McCree could be able to look for a flank now as the Blizzard comes out from the Pingu up top. Willing to force that out, zoning multiple members away. GVHS is going to sustain here and look for now a solid hold.
GVHS are also going to be able to stagger this Reinhardt a little. Well, not stagger, but they take out the Reinhardt. And only a minute and 28 seconds left here for NWPA. They're not close to some ultimates just yet. They probably need to take one more fight where they can make some eco push, get some more ultimates for themselves, and also force out some ultimates from Garnet Valley. If you can take this next fight and maybe force out the Sound Barrier, force out the Ant Matrix, that's best case scenario without dying too fast, because you are going to be needing to force out to accrue your own percentages towards your own ultimates.
Look at how much time it's taking for them to get into this because the oh my goodness, amplified fire strike. I was gonna say they're taking too much time to get any sort of engagement for a recontest, but because of how quick that went, we're gonna go again.
Love the positioning, though, of the wall and the Ant Matrix coming out from Garnet Valley High School. There's nowhere to run from that amplified fire strike, and NWPA, 30 seconds left. This is last fight for them. They're going to their tried and true pocket pick of the Genji and the Winston, so more of a dive look here, but you look at Cheese Fries, has got that Sound Barrier. The Pingu is very close to that Blizzard, and diving into a Blizzard is just not a scenario you want to be in as a dive team.
And you can see all those skulls just diving behind the payload and the shield to try not to get taken down. And Cheese Fries actually does get a takedown onto Lions 19. And a self-destruct by Snowy. Once again in the kill feed. You can see that bunny face over and over again. This time being a triple. The seconds dwindle. No way is NWPA holding on. And that's round one completed here as we take a swap of sides.
Really love what Garnet Valley rather did at the end of that map, where they cycled their ultimates so well at the very end, waited for their perfect moment. I mean, they won the second to last fight off of the back of just a wall in an Ant Matrix. That is just value town for Garnet Valley High School, and a very winnable scenario for them. Just getting first point in like halfway to second is a very beatable win condition for a team like Garnet Valley. And I wonder if NWPA, are they going to decide to maybe take a close hold that we've seen, because we saw how successful it was for Garnet Valley. Is NWPA going to do the same thing? Because NWPA does not have a lot of time to work with on this defense.
And I got to build on top of that further, because when it comes to that second phase, after you reach the checkpoint past the courtyard, if you can get that payload just around that upper staircase under the balcony, that is a great position to have a more advantageous defensive hold. But because it ceased push before that, this is a lot more attainable for GVHS on the attack. And as you mentioned, with NWPA on the defense, I'm really curious if they're going to play just as far forward. At this point, I feel like they kind of have to, Kenobi.
Yeah, they need to take as much time away as possible from Garnet Valley, and we see Lions 22 is going to be on that Hanzo. So again, more of a long-range look here coming in from NWPA, as we see a Pharah coming in from Luke. We've seen how adept the Pharah has been. However, NWPA has the heroes now on their DPS to put pressure onto Luke in the sky, so it's not just going to be free. And you can already see Lions 22 takes the Pharah, but that should get res.
Yep, instantly res to get back in the numbers even playing field. Lions 19 having to fall back, so much damage being pumped onto the Reinhardt, and does go down. Mercy Main finds a great pickup, and this is just going to allow so much momentum shift in favor of GVHS.
Oh, but actually Cheese Fries is taken out, which is a big deal, because that means there's no pocket right now for Luke, but Luke is able to take out the 1v1. Potentially here, this could be where Northwest Valley PA lose this fight and are going to be able to lose first point.
Oh, that's a big pickup, the fact that you do get Luke out of this, unless you can also get some follow-ups onto this tank line, because there was so much focus with that Hanzo play on the counter side. You now have the adjustment coming out with a 76 to attempt to get that hit scan to focus down Luke on this Pharah. The payload still gets a decent amount of distance, and you're going to actually have Mercy Main coming in again here with some stellar picks, trying to keep this still in GVHS's favor.
Oh, but Cheese Fries gets taken out. That means the Mercy is no longer there. Lions 19 is back in the site. Mercy Man is just a third DPS right now. Maybe the main DPS on this team.
Oh, I want to get the DPS count in that last fight. Like, if that, I wish I could right now, but we're not going to be able to. We're just going to know that that was basically all of Mercy Main's valiant effort to reach this checkpoint with 4 minutes and 45 seconds now on the time bank. Oh, no.
Oh, and they're able to take out the Zarya as well. Jordan is not able to escape, and I love what Garnet Valley is doing here, just pressing their advantage as much as they can, taking away all the space, and I don't know if NWPA is going to get a clean 6v6 fight on this card.
It's so hard because they're not ever letting a stable footing for NWPA. The Shatter comes out, it does get a knockdown, but the Amplification Matrix is there, and the Immortality Field to sustain. But the Deadeye comes through, does not matter, it manages to find 2 in the back. That could be enough to lead a opportunity and just enough time to recover, but NWPA has to get back. Look at how close that box is.
Oh, and it looks like this box is going to be taken right here. There's no one left from NWPA to contest, and that's going to be Garnet Valley, a 3-0, no map 5, Rich, unfortunately for your prediction. A bit closer than our first series, but still ended up a 3-0.
It did. You know what, I'll cut my losses. I'll get my loses out now for my predictions to save for us to win in our predictions at the end of this tournament. That's what I'll say right now. But I mean, just overall, what a stellar amount of play from Garnet Valley, despite both of these teams being the 4th and 5th seed. I mean, you would have really not have thought that it would have been a 3-0, and some just overall well outplayed maneuvers by GVHS over NWPA.
And I think, like, going into the series, like, we talked a lot about the DPS, we talked a lot about the tank line as well. Mercy Main, by the way, on the support, completely shocked me in how well they played. That Baptiste play was just absolutely phenomenal, coming in from the healing, the ability, the immortality field timing, just the raw damage output that they were bringing as well, Ant Matrix charge, just everything about that Baptiste play was just chef's kiss. Like, it was fantastic. So hats off to the support, because supports don't get a lot of love as it is, and that was some really good Baptiste play, and that's going to bring Garnet Valley a 3-0 over NWPA.
And we find ourselves halfway through the series, but we're going to be heading to a brief break, so don't go anywhere, friends, as we'll be continuing to discuss even more after we return.
College can make you look good on paper. At Penn College, we're more into looking good on steel and looking good on x-rays, with looking good in code, building and rebuilding, vision and revisions. And when it's all said and done, you'll look good to everyone. Because the past might be written on paper, but the future will be made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu.
Championships are brought to you by Pennsylvania College of Technology, where the future is made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu. Sheets. Order like a pro on the Sheets app. Sheets. Run and done. And by ViewSonic. For every way you game, we've got you covered. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to give you a quick little rundown of the bracket that we have for the day so far. As you can see, Susquehanna Township is going to be a 3-0, and then that is going to be Garnet Valley taking a 3-0. So that's going to be our matchup, Rich, in the semifinals. We still have 2 more games to go, so the bracket and the day of Overwatch is not done just yet.
Not at all. And we reach that halfway point where we get to take the pulse of the broadcast and really start to evaluate what we've really seen so far and have coming up in the future for these last 2 series matches in the quarterfinals. And, you know, Kenobi, we've seen a lot of stellar independent play, some coordinated play, even in our recent series where we did have Garnet Valley High School move into now compete against Susquehanna in the semifinals that will be next week. I mean, honestly, big highlights here coming out for Diva plays, in addition, at least from the self-destruct. Yep. We don't really get to see too much of that. Like, that's maybe if you get a self-destruct, you get like 1, maybe 2. We've seen a 5-stack. We've seen a 3-stack. We've seen some crazy nutty deflects from fire strikes. I mean, it's just constant play after play stacked up in these already 2 series that I can't wait to see what the next 2 are going to hold.
The other thing is that we've also seen is we did see like deflect, fire strike kills. There's been a lot of firsts here. We still haven't seen that, elusive Diva Mech Rekill, which we have not seen just yet, but we also saw some Genji play. Like I mentioned, the deflected fire strikes, that was very good. The Symmetra play has been pretty on point in our last series. I think that going forward, I'm really interested to see how all these teams have their own little intricacies, because we've seen in our first matchup, there were some intricacies in terms of the DPS, like bringing in that Doomfist. On here in that second series, the Genji coming out, the Pharah, things like that. It was interesting to see how all of these teams kind of have their own little flavoring and style, and I can't wait to see what the other 4 teams that we have in our last 2 matches bring to the table.
Yeah, the flavor is a really key point that you touch on, because that's, I think, what's really going to differentiate teams as they go through the rest of this bracket. And also, in addition, the ability to adapt. We saw a lot more of it even recently in the Blizzard World map, where it was that constant game of chess. Pharah for the McCree, changing to the Hanzo getting the benefit, just ebb and flow between them. And I'd love to see that continue on through the rest of these teams. Right? I mean, you're gonna play it and you're gonna hope for the best. I mean, and it's worked out quite well for some of these teams. But again, we will get to see those matches coming up, and which, again, for the prize pool that they're fighting for is the $1,400 first scholarship prize pool, with the $600 for second place going towards their education, and also some amazing merchandise as well. You've got the HyperX peripherals and the ViewSonic gaming monitors to help make them feel even more elusive in the game. But, with our next match coming up, this is the quarterfinals, so there's still a lot more to be had next week. We're going to be entering into the series where it's Mannheim Township versus Lancaster. And again, it's going to be Mannheim, where that's our predictions going into this. So we've got a little bit of favoritism, but not too much, because we do still know that Lancaster is in this to fight for their position in that semifinals, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of bias from us because we don't want to be wrong on day one. That would be a little bit unfortunate for the both of us. But again, we did mention that they were a team that went undefeated in the seeding for this. And when I say undefeated, we don't mean like they, lost a couple of matches along the way. No, they're undefeated. Like they have not lost a map in that whole seeding part. And now they're here in those quarterfinals. Mannheim, for me and Rich, the team to beat going forward. But I mean, the way that the other teams have been playing, I'm not as sure right now. There are some other teams that we've seen playing before, the last 2 teams that won the series. Those teams are looking pretty good too. So I'll have to see if Mannheim lives up to that type of play.
Absolutely. And, we do have, like I said, that next matchup between Mannheim Township and Lancaster, but it is beginning at that 3:15 Pacific time. So we do have a little bit of an extended break for now, but don't go anywhere, friends. Go get some food, go get some drink, because you're going to want to be happy and healthy to see these last 2 series of the day. So we'll be seeing you on the other side of that break. We take another look here at the beautiful landscape of Pittsburgh this time around as we find ourselves halfway through this 2021 PIEA State Esports Championship, specifically the Overwatch quarterfinals. We've had some lightning worth of exciting, thundering, crashing. I'm just going to put so much emphasis on that. Thunder crashing matches, Kenobi, so far as we're going to take a look at this bracket.
And you can already see this bracket brought to you by Sheets. We had Susquehanna Township a 3-0, really convincing win for them in our first matchup. And then Garnet Valley, another 3-0, not quite as one-sided, I would say, but still a pretty decent 3-0 coming in from Garnet Valley, who have the, I guess, what should we call it? The prize of playing against Susquehanna, which is, I don't know how much of a prize that is because they look really good in our first matchup, but so do Garnet Valley. And hopefully our next two teams that we have look equally as good, and it's not just a whole day of 3 Overwatch. You still have that prediction about 5-map series. We still have 2 series left. Hopefully one of those is one of them.
I'm hoping. I'm just wishing for it right now, and I'm hoping that the audience that's watching saw my little bit of a thunder crash like dynamic, because if you look down below, there's a lightning for, you know, in Manheim Township. I was trying to make that work. Well, I'm going to throw that out there just to help everybody, because I know I myself was like, I think that's going to land, but it might not. But the Thunder Crash and Boom is here because that is the prediction that we've had, again, with our HyperX, as we just saw the bracket from Sheets, where, again, you know, we're looking at now seeing our pick of the litter to see if they could face off and manage to move their way through this bracket over Lancaster. But again, Lancaster has had some stellar gameplay previously with their team composition. We've had highlights from them as well over the course of these last several weeks to see what they could bring into this. Owen Poe being one of those big highlights as well. Very, very capable projectile character, specifically with the Junkrat and the Genji. Those are a lot of the highlights that we see. And, you know, one of those things that I always like to look for. But as you commented earlier, the tank line and supports have really still been able to hold their own, make some stellar plays, and really change the momentum of each of these fights.
I mean, Baptiste play was really important from what we saw in our last series, and I think going into this series, I'm going to have my eyes on the Baptiste as well. The tank line, obviously, hyper important as well, and DPS, it's been interesting because we've seen a lot of variety in the DPS. That's the thing that I think going through these first two series that has been the most interesting, is that we've seen almost everything. Like every single DPS you can think of, we've probably seen them besides like maybe a handful. So it's been a really, really great time for DPS variety in these last sort of matchups, and here we see some variety as well.
Yes, indeed. It looks like we might just have a quick reset here, though, between these two teams. I think there might be a minor technical difficulty, but we will be waiting to hear what that conclusion is between the two. But, I mean, at least we're talking about a little bit of the composition of what we saw for that brief moment going on to this. Victoria Rose still looking to stick onto that Zarya, which we've seen a lot of action from before. Sticking with a comfort. I honestly foresee that Zarya is one of those big picks with the Reinhardt, at least one or the other. We've seen some variation with the Reinhardt, like you commented with the D.Va, and we've seen so much self-destruct utilization with that. And a lot of it has to do with because the Reinhardt working with the D.Va really provides that elevation, being able to play the high grounds, the verticality of a lot of maps, or, you know, angles in certain fights, which is really, really helpful in the long run, which is why I think we've seen so much of it more recently, Kenobi.
I think also the other thing D.Va provides, like you mentioned, the verticality, just the mobility, the raw mobility that D.Va has, being able to, you know, try and take away high grounds. You also have Defense Matrix, which is just one of the best abilities in the game for just negating a lot of incoming damage. So I think it feels like more of a preference thing, where if you have a Zarya player who's good enough at Zarya, they can take over games. It is still possible, but D.Va's just more of a sure, safe thing, whereas like Zarya needs that little bit of time to like ramp up and get that charge. If you aren't getting charge, Zarya is a very feast or famine character, whereas D.Va is plateaued in like how strong she is, but she's pretty strong at the start. So a little bit more of a median for D.Va, but if you're a Zarya and you're a really good Zarya, you can get to that high in carry fights and teams.
Well, and to build on it further, there's been even a couple occasions where we've seen, let's say, the Lucio go down early in a fight with the D.Va composition. You lose that overall team mobility, but you still have the mobility of that D.Va, like you commented on, where you can disrupt the enemy, buy some time, potentially look for a recovery, the defense matrix to absorb some encounters that aren't going to put you in a favorable position because you've lost that utility. And it's all in all a really, really great selection as we do head out onto this map. It is going to be Gardens first with a Symmetra to get to the point dominance here by Mannheim.
And now they're going to set up. So really, Mannheim has to play very safe here. They don't want to play aggressive. They want to make sure that they take out those Symmetra turrets before they go in. They have the range to break down the shield. So once that shield is down, that's probably when you're going to see Mannheim try and move forward.
And looking to try and peek around the wall. You do have an early takedown. You've lost the Reinhardt for Mannheim. So this is a chance now for Lancaster to press on, get the advantage on this close proximity point. But the Immortality Field is there, buying a little bit of time. And it's actually Mannheim still getting the early percentage, even though they're down the player right now. A lot of respect from Lancaster. And you unfortunately see that passive play and no aggression on top of it, making sure that Mannheim can stabilize and overwhelm.
Yeah, so much to it. Even though they lose the Reinhardt, it's not that big of a deal because they have the ability to play around the geometry of the point. And if you're Mannheim Township, you saw Mannheim try and go on to point, but King Avery got roasted by the turrets and was forced at Immortality Field, then got taken out. And now you see Lancaster have a very good setup on this position right now. They can play directly on point. They don't have to worry about anything. Alone goes down very early in this fight, and Mannheim is going to have to retreat here. They can't go in without this Arya.
Yeah, those staggers are going to be disastrous and going to run just this time even longer in favor of Mannheim, starting to surpass that 50% marker. And Widow only getting that pick is just continuing to near another as the Earthshatter comes out onto 3. The onslaught and the aggression comes through. And that's now going to reach that surpassing 60, where it starts to approach that last fight territory.
Apparently, Widow Only is not a Widow Only player. This Junkrat play has been phenomenal so far. Getting close towards another Junkrat Riptire. You see Lancaster Catholic. They also have a Sound Barrier and an Ant Matrix for this next fight. Sustainability is going to be there in spades. And it is at 80%, so Rich, last fight territory here for Mannheim.
And you've got King Gavery looking around the corner, does look for the potential opportunity with the Shatter, playing patiently. Trap going to come through, so you do have to wait a little bit as the Earth Shatter goes out, but does get blocked. The Blizzard immediately after, but that Sound Barrier comes in just in time by Frogger in the back to withstand a lot of that follow-through onto the grab. Ultimately, it's still going to be Mannheim managing to hold on to this, especially with the Symmetra turrets. And even though this is a 99-0 right now, I still feel that Lancaster did hold their own quite well, especially going against a team who has never dropped a map.
No, I think Lancaster Catholic played this extremely well. Like the way that they used the Symmetra, the way that they used the geometry of the point, they also played a little bit more aggressive, not just sitting on point the entire time. When they knew they had an advantage in terms of ult, they pressed that advantage, and I think that's something that some teams don't do. When they have an advantage, they don't press it as much as they should, and Lancaster Catholic did exactly that. So a very nice start to this matchup for Lancaster Catholic, and Mannheim have to make some swaps here on second point, maybe go to a Symmetra of their own possibly, but on this map, the Symmetra isn't necessarily like a pick and win type of hero. You can still have some open areas to play around, where on the other two maps of Control on Lijiang, you just basically have that one point you're fighting around, and it's not very open.
Quick movement here to maintain that middle high ground where the servers are, as those Symmetra turrets do quite a bit of work. And also generating a lot of energy up front. Just look at that beam. The sound just continues to radiate over Lancaster right now, and the turrets will still be able to get some value. But the Mayhem actually picks up Frogger, which is a great advantage because you lose the mobility. You're solely relying now on Citrus Fruit with that Immortality Field and the AoE healing to survive with these 5 players. But with that charge in the back, a little bit aggressive, is going to give Mannheim the opportunity to sway this finally.
And also, the Mercy tried to go and save the Reinhardt, but basically just went into the waiting arms of Lancaster Catholic, and that should be Lancaster Catholic taking this first point, not having to use a lot of ultimates either, so they're keeping an ultimate economy for these next couple of fights. And now it gets even harder for Mannheim to really get into this point, because now the doorway is secured by the Symmetra. They're going to have to end up going the long way if they want to rotate through here.
Mannheim now looking to try and just continue to use that amplification matrix, pumping out damage through the doorway, and you're going to see Lancaster take that wide outside angle potentially to try and compete, but that fire strike from downtown through the midst of it all, what a shot forcing out the res. And you can see a shatter coming out, but a counter shatter will be able to pin Aiden in the back. Is there enough to follow through by Lancaster to take advantage of this? The wall comes out as well by the May with the Riptire flanking around the backside. You've got Widow only attempting to try and still claim the advantage, even though this is a very forward position near the spawn area. And you do have that Symmetra play coming out very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, the Symmetra play has just been the key throughout all of this series so far, and Lancaster Catholic now at 50% and ticking forward. Mannheim have had to change their composition a little bit. They're putting King Avery onto that Winston, so offering a little bit more cleave and the ability to take down those turrets. But there's the Graviton Surge, and Mortality Field gets blown up, and so do the rest of Lancaster here, but traded back by Jotaro.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of, assistance with that Riptire and the res coming out. A wall's going to also give some extra support up front. Blizzard now attempting to lock down Mannheim. Can they escape out of this? Victoria Rose looking to try and dodge back, but can't escape the center. Does get a barrier up as the Tesla Cannon comes back. You do have King Avery overrunning the front line. Does get the melee as well into Citrus Fruits. The support is gone. It's solely going to be Frogger from the Lucio play on Mannheim, managing to get a few members back to keep this and bring it to that 99 position. But even if this does switch, you're still going to have Mannheim in a great position.
Oh, trades are going back and forth right here. Frogger still alive, trying to pump out some damage into that back line. Maybe gets the kill on the Junkrat?
Could potentially do so. Actually, okay, there it is. See it come to fruition. You've got now Citrus Fruit back online. Amplification Matrix here. That's going to be Mannheim managing to take this first map with the final takedowns. Great job by Whittle only right at the end. Prevent that Mercy from flying around for any more hopeful engages, as you've got Mannheim taking game 1 in this best of 5.
Mannheim taking that first game, looking very clean themselves. And I mean, moving forward here, this is, again, still a team, Rich, that has not lost a map yet. They have not lost a map. Throughout all of this, they still haven't lost a map.
Stacking it up. Just stacking it up. I mean, wouldn't that be a glorious end to? I mean, I know there's still a lot of Overwatch to be played, and there is a semis and a grand finals still ahead. Even more matches here between these two teams, but that's what they're shooting for. Like, if I were in their shoes right now, I know I'm looking for the win, but I would just love that cherry on top to be able to know that I went not only to the grand finals to win it, but also undefeated once over the course of these 8 weeks, all the way back starting from March 16th.
I mean, that'd be pretty incredible as well, to go undefeated throughout all of that. Obviously, you're right. Still a lot more Overwatch to go. They still have this series to play, including the semis and finals if they even get there. And but I mean, the Symmetra play rather has just looked so incredible from the side of MTSD. It's just, when a Symmetra sets up like that, it's so hard. I mean, I know everyone here has probably played Symmetra against Symmetra in ranked games, right? And you're just like bang your head against the wall. You're frustrated, and it's so hard to basically break through those Symmetra turrets and the Symmetra beam once it gets charged up.
And let's take a look at some of these highlights here. You can see, again, that nice little tucked into the corner with Widow only on the Junkrat. Honestly, between the DPS line, if they are not really recognized as a sheer force of will from what we've seen, it's going to be very challenging for Lancaster to come back into this. I mean, the tank line is definitely giving a lot of space to this. Don't get me wrong. They are still just as valuable, especially with Victoria Rose on the Zarya, constantly giving these shields and coverage to make sure that they can withstand a lot of that incoming fire, but really all around. And that's why we're seeing them never have lost a map prior.
Yeah, and it looks like just a well-oiled machine, kind of what we saw in our first series with the #1 seed. And we have to remember that Mannheim is the #2 seed coming into this, because they were undefeated. They just weren't that #1 seed, barely. Like, it was very close going forward. So, I mean, going forward here, I feel like they're on a crash course between the 1 and the 2 seed to get into that grand finals matchup. And boy, what a matchup that would be. But still got more Overwatch to play, still got more series to have here today. Looks like we're going to be going to our second map, which is going to be Blizzard World. So not Kings Row for us. We've had more Blizzard World than Kings Row today. Interesting for me and you, because it seems like we're always the ones that, that cast Kings Row whenever it's a hybrid map.
I mean, I can't tell you how many hands I would need to count how many times we've been on Kings Row. Like, it's just, I'd have little mannequin hands.
The percentage has got to be wild.
Mannequin hands. It's got to be wild. I guarantee you it's probably in like that 90th percentile. I'm glad you took away the percentage conversation from me talking about mannequin hands. I don't know how I was going to go to that topic, but as we're hopping now into the map of Blizzard World, we will, on this defensive side, be having Mannheim, as it was opted now for them to play the defensive side, because again, Lancaster gets the choice of map, so they've opted to go on to this Blizzard World versus Kings Row, which we've seen more often than not. And we actually are going to see Widow only come out on the Doomfist here, which actually isn't such a bad pick, because there's so many elevated positions you can really utilize this type of play too.
I also wonder if we're ever going to see Widow only play Widow. That's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on out for the rest of this series and through the rest of the tournament. But for Mannheim Township going forward in this map, on the defensive end, I like the Doomfist. Like you mentioned, you have a lot of angles to come from, and if you're Lancaster Catholic, you have to be very wary. You need to hit tab and know that there is a Doomfist on the other side. Tab is the most OP button in this game, and if they know that there's a Doomfist somewhere on this map, it can really help them in planning their move forward.
Now you've got high ground waiting. Widow only looking for the engagement. Something similar of what we saw on Kings Row in a series earlier. Widow only takes down the Junkrat in the midst of it all and looking for even more combos. I love Doomfist play. It makes me so envious of how well these individuals can just pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, I try to pull it off in like my ranked games or quick play games, and I just can't do all the tech that they do. It's just so cool to see how fluid good players are at the movement with Doomfist, and you can see Widow only essentially wins that fight for the rest of his team. And again, you see Jotaro has moved over to the McCree, so offers now that CC to try and lock down the Doomfist once it goes in.
Patient play, methodical. You've only lost a minute, so there's a lot of time for Lancaster to still kind of work with pressing up to this. Got the Doomfist coming in overhead. Huge CC with that engagement after the seismic slam as the Meteor Strike comes out. Looking for the follow-up onto the supports. Will get a nice cleanup in. I mean, this is just rudimentary here for Mannheim.
And unfortunately, this flashbang just a little bit off-center, and Widow only is able to get in with that huge seismic slam. Basically gets like 30% towards their ultimate off of that, and is able to use it to keep themselves alive. And Mannheim looking very good on this defensive end right here. 2 minutes left here for Lancaster Catholic, but they're walking into an Ant Matrix. Lancaster Catholic luckily have an Ant Matrix of their own. They also have a Blizzard, so if they get onto the point in these enclosed areas, the fight can work out really well for them. They just have to be careful again, because Widow only has been basically annihilating these dives before they come in. And we'll have to see if Lancaster Catholic is able to dodge. And they take out our Santana. That's good. That means no McCree is on the field right now for Mannheim.
Yep, looking to try and take this advantage, because again, it is a long respawn position here for Mannheim, as you've got Widow only half health, hasn't been able to really get enough coverage here with the damage done. Finally gets a little bit of barrier because there is enough room made by Aiden, so that's a nice pickup despite being down one.
Yeah, and it just feels rudimentary, like you talked about, right? Widow only goes into the backline, is able to take out that Mercy. You look at the side of Lancaster Catholic's team right now. They don't have speed. They don't have the ability to just run into the team because they have the Mercy, and the Mercy does not offer a lot of survivability for themselves. Or you have jump, but you can't really jump away from a Doomfist who's in your backline.
And with that ultimate here stacked up, got 4 in your total, with a 5th online shortly. You do have King Avery attempting to get that Primal Rage, but my goodness, Aiden up front just saying goodbye and reset instantly.
Heinen is traded out. Just a lonely Jotaro McCree on the point, but Mannheim still in control. Lancaster Catholic coming back in here. 30 seconds left, so this is absolutely going to be their last fight. They have a Graviton Surge. They have their support ultimates as well. This is the time that Lancaster Catholic can win, because there's no sound barrier on the other side. They used it in that last fight, did Mannheim, so it's now or never. You have to do this or you're going to get full held.
This final moments, Alone going to look for an opportunity to get a nice grab up front, but the double barrier is there by the defensive positioning. You've got Widow only waiting, potentially going to get some lovely Space Jam. No, it's not going to be able, but the Deadeye comes through with a Script Ball. Oh my goodness. That's going to be more than enough, even though you didn't get a lot from the Meteor Strike from Widow only. It's okay. Cowboy's there. It's definitely high noon on the map of Blizzard World as that sun shines overhead just as it does in Pittsburgh. And that will be round 1 completed with no percentage at all obtained by Lancaster.
Full hold there from Mannheim, and now only a drawable map here for Lancaster Catholic, or else Mannheim will be taking a 2-0 series lead. Doomfist play from Widow only, immaculate that last fight. I would have liked to have seen Lancaster Catholic kind of change up their approaches a bit, though, because every single time Widow only was coming from the same place, like was always on that high ground, kind of coming from the same area. So you know where the Doomfist was coming from. So maybe, change where you were going in terms of, your approach to that point, because there was always one little straggler behind that always got caught out by that Doomfist of Widow only. And that really hindered them from winning a lot of those fights.
Yeah, diversifying your point of entry is going to be crucial when you need to go against a team like Mannheim, who plays such a strategic, methodical game and just also has a lot of high skill level individuals, especially like Widow only on this Doomfist. But we might see a little bit of change in time as we've got these 24 seconds to go. But at least on the defensive side, we get to see something a little different. We actually have the Wrecking Ball here as a solid out the gate pick versus more so as the desperate swap for a last moment contention here, Kenobi.
Yeah, interesting that we're not seeing a Zenyatta for this side of Lancaster Catholic, because this is kind of reminding me of the in 2020 with the Hammond and the Sigma. And realistically, what Lancaster Catholic's team is going to be able to do here is get, they have the ability to pump out a lot of displacement, and that's going to be able to kind of hinder what the Rush wants to do, because Rush wants to stay in a ball, but if you have a Hammond, the Hammond can displace that ball and begin pulling those threads away from the rest of the team. But you see Mannheim Township going in, taking this rotation very well, taking the high ground away, and then they're going to probably rotate it down, go directly onto point, and if the fight is just happening on point 6v6, Mannheim has the advantage.
Ooh, that was a nice wall from Widow only to get immediately to the central position of that, especially getting that Reaper play very close. As you already see Victoria Rose getting so much damage onto the Hanzo. Even though the energy isn't high, it's still a great agency to push onto this. It's only one tick necessary. The Shatter comes in. Aiden just taking that hammer and swinging it to victory relentlessly. I mean, those 3 rocket boosters on the back were supercharged.
I mean, that was a perfect rotation, I'd say, from Mannheim in that last fight. They rotate away, they rotate onto high ground. They know that they can take space away from the other composition because they're more of a rush style. They take away the high ground, then they go directly onto point, knowing that as soon as we get onto point, if it's just a 6v6 fight, we have the advantage because our team has the sustainability and has the staying power, whereas a ball Sigma composition doesn't have the same amount. So really well played and well coordinated from Mannheim, and they have a 2-0 series lead. And this is looking, Rich, like your prediction of a map 5 will have to stay for our last series, because this is also looking like it might be a quick 3-0.
I don't want to lose. I don't want... Well, hey, high risk, high reward. But yes, you're right. We are looking so far at Mannheim just playing so strategically, so dominantly, and it's really just their overall coordination, like we said, and just to the T and precise, like those little extra micro plays that Lancaster is just at this point falling short to. And with it being now match point, they're going to have to take themselves, back a moment, just try and settle down. They realize that they're 2 down, but they've got a way to try and counter this. They aren't afraid, it looks like, at least from the compositions, to try something a little bit unique. So they're not afraid, at least, of that. But the problem is that if you're going to enter into that realm of where you want to try something a little bit different, out of the norm, you really have to then play that to a T to try and counter a team like Mannheim, who is very, very strategic on knowing what they want to play, how they want to play it, and what they're going to do executing that action.
It also seems like they are very aware of how to play against whatever Lancaster's bring to the table, right? That's another thing where it's like, the ins and outs of your comp, but it seems like they also know the ins and outs of the other composition, no matter what it is, and how to play their comp the best against the other composition, like we saw in that last part of Blizzard World, where they're like, okay, we just need to take away high ground and go directly onto the point. They can't fight us in a just fair 6v6 neutral fight because they'll just lose, and we'll have Aiden swinging away as a Reinhardt and getting a shatter in like 10 seconds. So I think for Mannheim going forward. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's a lot of stellar plays. I mean, just piggybacking off it, because we had that slide coming up right now where you can just see how much dominance this front line is exerting, Kenobi.
And the front line, again, in these rush style of compositions, always does reign supreme. It feels like we saw even at the start of our day today, where we saw Zeets on our first seeded team absolutely, completely dominate on the Reinhardt. And it feels like we're seeing a little bit of the same thing like that on this series as well. We do have our third map, and it is going to be Dorado here. It is picked, obviously, by Lancaster because they are the ones who did lose that last round. And now we'll see, do they have anything special for us as we go to Dorado? Because this map is a little bit more vertical, and Rush doesn't necessarily have the same staying power as it does in a lot of these other maps.
And we're running the gauntlet, Kenobi. I mean, I think out of all we've casted so far this year, this is the most variation of maps in the map pool within a single day's broadcast. Like, we're getting so many different kinds, and that's such a almost like refreshing opportunity to cast, because we're so stuck on, you know, the same maps that continue to pop up. But going now onto Dorado, we get to evaluate and see what type of, you know, changes can come out here, and also different play styles, because again, Dorado has so many different positions for high ground. There's a lot of catwalks. You see Ashe a lot of the time played here. Hanzo is another one that can start to come out as we look to see what the attacking side is going to have. But defensively, we're still at least going to have this Mei McCree, which is still very dominant.
And the Mei McCree on the defensive end, I think, is a good decision. I talked about how Rush doesn't have necessarily the staying power on this map as a lot of the other compositions do, and you can see that has changed here for Mannheim, who have been playing more of the Rush style, and now we're going to a more dive-centric style right here. And that's a nice concussive grenade, and that should be a flight win at the very start right now. Beautifully played by the team of Mannheim, and that's a flight win.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you had that side angle position with the Pharah, and literally nobody saw it out of spawn because you took that lower doorway. So you got a free concussive rocket to knock them off that point. And as you said, it's done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the spawn people are coming back in for Lancaster, but they're just going to be so far away that it won't matter. That's the Baptiste as well, so the healing isn't going to be there. And this Lonely Diva should be falling pretty soon. There you go. The DMEC comes in, and now it's just stragglers. I think here, if you're Lancaster, you have to reset. You don't want to be continuously taking these fights. You got to get a 6v6 fight here, or you're just going to lose the first point. And it looks like that's exactly what happens. Mannheim is just running over Lancaster right now.
And it's going to carry into this next phase. That's at least going to be this turn around the corner, most likely up near towards where that courtroom is, specifically as Widow Only is going to continue to find this elevated position over the rooftop, continuing to find some shots as, you know, again, needs to be super cognizant of the hit scan from the McCree, especially because the Deadeye's almost online.
And Widow Only has the barrage as well, and it's going to be very difficult for Lancaster Catholic to negate the damage coming in from that barrage. Actually, no, they do have a Diva and a Zarya, so that's interesting. They've switched to Diva Zarya, which is not a tank line I've seen too much of, but it does do a really good job of making Pharah's life miserable.
Yeah, it absolutely will. Nice high ground. Honestly, I think there was a little bit too much of a hesitation coming out from Widow Only to try and find value, which allowed that open space for this McCree play to get that triple kill, especially with that Deadeye up top. And now you're going to have Mannheim be a little bit shut down and have to look for a regroup themselves.
And Jotaro actually has a really good play there with the McCree. DMEX the Diva and then uses the High Noon knowing that there is no shielding available and gets a couple of quick kills. So Lancaster have finally cauterized the push coming in from Mayhem Township, and Mayhem Township not really switching over their composition too much. Looks like they're still sticking on that Pharah, which is going to get pressured out pretty hard by the McCree and by the Diva, but the Diva gets DMEC'd very early in this fight.
Yeah, and it's really just how much resource are you going to commit as Lancaster to that Pharah. If you commit too much, you're going to lose that low ground. But if you don't commit enough, it's going to continue to rain damage. And it's this ebb and flow that I think is really going to be able to supersede Lancaster's decision. But, I mean, they're still actually being able to hold on for extended fights, but it's ultimately going in favor of Mannheim because of just their overall well-coordinated, but yet sometimes chaotic play.
Yeah, it seems like it is a little bit chaotic here with what we're seeing. And Lancaster have made some swaps again to their tank line. They're going to put Alone here on the Roadhog, so a lot of sustainability coming in just from the Roadhog and that pick potential if a hook is able to land, but there is no shielding, which is going to be scary against the Hanzo and a Pharah.
Yeah, when you have that pick coming through, Hanzo now doesn't even have to worry about it. You're really only looking to see if maybe there's a defense matrix to try and mitigate it up front. But yeah, the shield loss here is going to be, I think, more devastating for Lancaster, especially pushing now into this last phase with 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and in this last phase, it's also much more enclosed, so you really would like to have something like a shield available to you to stop the Hanzo or the Pharah raining down that damage. As you can see, a Lonely Baptiste is going to get the bad spawn, gets taken out, unfortunately. That's just more cart progress going to be here for Mannheim Township. And Widow's just like waving hi, you know, I can see you.
You're getting consumed by the bird. That worm has been brought back to the nest and finding yourself alone. As the self-destruct now gets tossed overhead, you can see that there is a nice pickup onto the Ana and also a Deadeye. So that's going to be actually a great opportunity here defensively for Lancaster, even though this ultimate for the Primal Rage has been forced out to be used. Back and forth between the two, multiple ultimates actually going to come out. The self-destruct and Rocket Barrage could be enough actually to now take it back in favor of Mannheim.
Oh, Jodar is trying, does not get the Mega Health Pack. Instead, it's going to go right to Aiden. And even in a fight that looked like it was completely lost for Mannheim, they're still in it, and they're still trying to make this fight happen.
You can see that D.Va play just around the wall, continuing to just pump out damage with the Micro Rockets. The Blizzard comes out. Even though there's a great Bionade onto 2, Relic's still going to survive. Has the opportunity to sustain here from Lancaster defensively. The Whole Hog comes out to separate the Mercy from the team. Does go down. Valkyrie couldn't be processed for that engagement, and that's now a reset with 3 minutes, though, still in the time bank. A lengthy one for Mannheim.
Nice defense here coming in from Lancaster. They're able to hold a nice hook. I mean, the Doomfist is able to take out Librarian King, but I don't think they will be long for this world. Have to retreat here eventually retreat all the way back to spawn. This is a very hectic fight between both of these teams, and I think we do need to see a reset coming in here for Mannheim. Just get all 6 members back. You have 2.5 minutes essentially to work with. You don't want to give any more alt charge over for free to the other team. See them coming in. Only a Valkyrie is realistically all that Mannheim has right here. They're going to have a Primal Rage as well, but besides that, not much to talk about. And for Lancaster, you have a self-destruct on the other side, so you can maybe make something happen with that, because we've seen a lot of huge self-destructs today. If you're Lancaster, you're hoping for another big one.
You can see the Primal Rage now back online once again, already from the pre-existing fight. Going to go into the back line, trying to knock multiple individuals out of the Immortality field, which is a great advantage here to try and take for Mannheim. As the self-destruct, though, comes out for the counter, gets the Mercy, leaving solely going to be that Lucio play remaining. As now, with Mannheim pressing in, you do have the self-destruct by Victoria Rose attempting to get value once again. Nobody getting taken down by that DMX, but the Meteor Strike in the back could be enough with this Doomfist play by Widow only, and we've already seen how vital it can be on this just backline engagement with 1:45 now reaching the home stretch.
And now they're going to start moving forward here on Mannheim. There's the Ant Matrix to try and stop Mannheim from moving forward too aggressively here. Ooh, this is risky here from R. Santana.
R. Santana, yes, it is risky, but still getting some decent shots and bodied onto the opposing side. You do have now Aiden up front getting a little bit overwhelmed, does get locked, but will be able to escape as the sound barrier comes in. Beautiful Bionade onto 3. Is there enough to follow through, taking down Alone? It might not be Alone or King Avery, but you do have the Baptiste going down. The support is no longer there. Mannheim just finding pick after pick. The rotation around the back. Beautiful Rocket Punch to stop that Whole Hog, to potentially knock members away from the payload. And that's round 1 completion. But I still have to say, Kenobi, Lancaster did dwindle that clock a lot more than I would have anticipated with how the initial point went.
Agreed. I mean, especially the first 2 pushes where it felt like Mannheim had a pretty good hold on the map entirely, but there was some really well-coordinated and well-executed plays coming out from Jotaro, specifically on the McCree, putting pressure onto the Pharah. I thought some of the swaps from Lancaster were interesting and not swaps that I would have necessarily thought of myself, but it ended up working, you know, bringing out the Roadhog for that pick potential, bringing out the D.Va and the Zarya just to really nail home the fact that you want to put pressure onto the Pharah. I thought it was actually a pretty decent play and a decent, you know, map coming out from Lancaster Catholic, especially considering the last 2 that we saw from them weren't this close at all. I was expecting, you know, maybe Mannheim comes in here and finishes with about 4 minutes on their time bank, but Lancaster definitely proving that they have improved coming in from those last 2 maps, and they've learned.
And that's all you can ask for. when you find yourself on a match point. If you're going in the right direction, it's a better direction than to be standing still. So with that choice coming out now on the attacking side, curious to see what they're going to opt in for a combination. Again, the Roadhog was a unique one, and I almost feel like it worked out and it could have held long enough if they didn't start to get a little bit divided in their positioning. You had the Roadhog take a little bit of a longer positioning around the back, which wasn't advantageous, as now we've got the pulled pork combination coming out on the attack, Kenobi.
Yeah, interesting. This is a combination that I haven't seen too long, but if you can get picks with this combination, it does work out extremely well. We also have the Genji just for a bit more of that spam. Lucio Frogger is in a very not great position right here and will be taken down. I think you got to respect the halt hook a little bit more than that.
Yeah, a very overzealous play. Nice engagement, though, making it a 1-for-1. It is still a loss of a support, though, for Mannheim, so they do not have that assistance. It's solely going to have to be on the shoulders of Citrus Fruit to maintain, as Alone gets another pick onto the tank line. These Bionades, though, have been nutty. It's just, unfortunately, there's not enough to follow up onto them to make them just as potent.
And I really like what Lancaster has done with their composition here. They're really just not letting the Doomfist play the game at all. You can punch into an Orisa, punch into Roadhog, but it's not going to necessarily do too much because there's a lot of self-sustainability. But that, I mean, you were talking about not following up on antis? That one was followed up on pretty well.
I'm going to bite my tongue there. The Earth Shatter comes from the side. Not really any observation of it, too. You saw Alone get just completely knocked down from it outside of their peripheral vision. And right as I say it, you're correct. Bionade comes out on top, makes it a win there.
I mean, I was talking about how the Doomfist doesn't get to play the game, but maybe it doesn't matter, and Aiden's just like, okay, shoot my shield. I don't care.
And then there's Alone just taking a nap in the back. Needs to recover after that last one. Didn't see it coming. The hook, though, that's a big advantage with that Shuriken assistance as the Dragon Strike comes through, does divide just enough. A knock out of positioning with the Doomfist does allow the follow-up onto the support line, and that's a great combination into the Immortality field to remove anyone from that Immortality field.
Yeah, fantastic coordination from the DPS, and that's kind of what Doomfist does against Baptiste compositions like that. You can uppercut them out of that Immortality field, and oh, this poor Mei is getting bullied. Come on now. Come on. That's so mean. Relic is just like,
we're all friends
just
here. Please
end it. I don't want to be asleep anymore.
Please, just stop. I'm going to melt as an icicle, which, you know, I try. As the Supercharger now comes out by King Avery on the front. Another Bionade. King Avery barely gets a shield, but that, oh, man.
Dream now kill!
Oh, finally, count it. First one of the so far of the playoffs, coming out big. Lovely job. Victoria Rose, MVP play. No longer seeing hammers in that kill feed. It is now the mech itself.
I'm so happy we finally got one of those, and only a minute left here for Lancaster Catholic. They're switching their composition a little bit, moving King Avery onto that Winston, still keeping Alone on the Roadhog, so offering that pick potential. Dragon Blade available. Another nice anti-nade coming out from Citrus. They've been hitting every single time.
Yeah, it's ooh, but that Dragon Blade's gonna hit. You can tell that Lancaster acknowledges that these Bionades need to stop because they really have been the kryptonite. And now with the Ana gone, it's not going to find nearly as much value. The Meteor Strike attempts to get a pick here, but with that just consistent shrapnel being launched from Alone and the Shurikens from the Genji, it's a takedown, and that's going to be space to reach this checkpoint.
And I think they might be able to just reach it without Mannheim getting a contest. There's a possibility that Frogger is able to get there. Actually, no. The Diva's there as well, so they are going to be able to recontest this, but Blizzard is available for Relic. If they demech this Diva, they can use it right now.
Nice Bionade onto 2. The Dragon Strike comes through. And again, Bionade onto... I honestly don't think that we've seen a Bionade come through where it's offensively
my God.
To get...
They got pinned out of the Blizzard!
The Blizzard! Oh my... That's going to be a turnaround here. Mannheim's just going to come out on top. The seconds are dwindling. You thought that there was a sense of security, but it is sure a false sense of it because the overtime dwindles. Lancaster got comfy, and they got pushed off the couch. And now you can see Mannheim just sprawling out and now ready to take a nap.
Mannheim's like, well, that's our place on the couch. That's not your place on the couch. And they're going to take they're going to be taking their place in the semifinals as well here. A huge anti. I mean, those anti-nades were, like you mentioned, kryptonite. I think that's the best way that I could say it. Citrus fruit, rather, completely popping off.
I mean, like I was saying before, we both freaked out about the Blizzard being pinned in the corner and stopped. It was probably at least 2 every offensive Bionade. Every time.
Yeah.
It was always at least 2. At least. And every time it hit pay dirt. And I'm absolutely astonished by that. We saw actually a lot of that kind of play from Anna's, even in the collegiate scene as well, in the last few weeks when we had casted that too. And the fact that Anna just has this place right now and the viability and what they can bring to the table on this character is so compelling to see. And it's exciting because I personally enjoy playing Anna, even though I very rarely play support. Like, that would probably be my go-to.
Yeah, she is my favorite support too. Just the ability, hitting anti-nade is such a good feeling. Just like a huge fat anti-nade is just one of the best feelings in Overwatch, and I'm sure Citrus Dude had felt that quite a bit on that last map of Dorado. But it is going to be Mannheim taking this first series in a 3-0. Lancaster, unfortunately, will not be advancing, and we will bid them adieu. But we still have one more series to go, Rich. It's not over. Quarterfinals still got one more.
And we'll be able to find out that fourth map coming up soon, but we'll be heading to a short break before we get back into a recap and then get that fourth series underway between Avonworth and Chambersburg.
Tomorrow makers. They define success. They innovate their industries with technical know-how and vision, and stories only they can tell. Pennsylvania College of Technology is committing $1.25 million in existing scholarships and $250,000 in new scholarships for fall starts. This is your time. Share your story and kickstart your journey. Learn more and apply at pct.edu/2021.
Any college can make you look good on paper. At Penn College, we're more into looking good on steel and looking good on x-rays, with looking good in code, building and rebuilding, vision and revisions. And when it's all said and done, you'll look good to everyone. Because the past might be written on paper, but the future will be made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu.
The 2021 PIEA State Championships are brought to you by Sheets. Order like a pro on the Sheets app. Sheets, run and done. Pennsylvania College of Technology, where the future is made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu. And by ViewSonic. For every way you game, we've got you covered.
Thank you, Rich. Now let's hear a few words from Coach Josh about his experience with the Penn College Esports program.
This whole program actually started by a group of students 6 years ago. And I sort of just watched it from a 1,000-foot view, them grow this program to the point where it was being recognized by the college. So we started out with just our Overwatch and League of Legends team in the spring of 2019. The initial vision was to just formalize this club into a varsity program. So what I did was I did some research, found out the National Association for Collegiate Esports, and looked into the way they built varsity programs. And basically we spent about 6 months going in and, creating our program to be a fully running varsity program. We built a facility, and then we started growing our programs to include Hearthstone, Rocket League, and Valorant. And in the fall of this year, we plan on including iRacing, Apex Legends, and Fortnite. So we'll have a total of 8 game titles. First thing we look for is just ambition. If you're ambitious enough to reach out to us to want to play, we know you have that drive to become a Wildcat here at Penn College. And then the next step is, we do some recruiting events through the CSL and NACE, NACIP as well. So if you see our name out there, feel free to reach out to us at any point in time. The quickest and fastest way is just to simply email me at esports@pct.edu. Or if you fill out one of our applications, just list there that you are very interested in esports and what game title you play. If we don't have any physical connection, we won't be able to make it a reality for you.
Makes me want to be a Wildcat as well as we take a look here at the Sheets bracket that we've seen so far today. You can see that Susquehanna and Garnet have moved into the semifinals to face off against one another next Thursday, but we still look to see who is going to be facing off against Manheim Township between Chambersburg and Avonworth as our final series of the day, Kenobi. And it's been a 3-0 day so far, but I'm still hopeful that we might be able to see more than a third map with some stellar highlights of how the day has gone so far.
Yeah, I mean, you see some of these highlights, Widow only playing Junkrat. I don't think we saw any Widowmaker from Widow only, but this was a great series of Overwatch that we saw. It's been great Overwatch all around. I think even though that there have been these 3-0s, I think the quality of play that we've seen from the teams that have been the ones who 3-0 the other teams, I think it's been on a pretty high level. So as we move further into this bracket, going into the semifinals, going into the grand finals, the level of competition is only going to get closer and closer, and we'll be seeing some really fantastic games of Overwatch next Thursday. But we still do have that one left, like you mentioned today.
Yes, and then we've got a nice little week-long time here for those 4 teams that remain to prep, get into the mindset, and look for that grand final spot to ultimately reach that #1 victory position at the end of it all for this PIEA Esports tournament. And, you know, honestly, with all of these just amazing plays, I can only hope that this last series has the same thing. And just as a reminder for those that are tuning in towards the end of this, for, you know, someone who missed it at the beginning or our banter between the match, both myself and Kenobi, and saw in the 3rd series, you saw Mannheim push forward, but now we're going to look to just remind that we are still holding true to that with the HyperX prediction that, you know, we're not going to waver away from it. We've basically written it and we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's. We've written it in stone. We've put a little, you know, imprint on the contract there as well. So, I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing if we hold true to that, because if I don't get a map 5 in this next one, I've already lost a little bit today.
Yeah, I mean, you did say that. You said 2nd series. I'm pretty sure that I was going to be map 5. Didn't end up working out that way. So hopefully that does reign true, and we don't have a day just full of 3 Overwatch. Even though it has been really good Overwatch, we want to see more elongated series, which we will, I mean, inevitably see, I think, during the semifinals and finals. Those are going to be series to watch out for, but we still have, like you said, 1 more series to go to decide who is going to be fighting Mannheim in that semifinal and joining the Final 4.
And, you know, again, with what we've seen so far, we've seen a very significant selection of D.Va, even some uniqueness. Even though Lancaster wasn't able to claim the victory over Mannheim, there were still some very unique compositions that did very well, and it was more leaning towards the comfort picks. And those are also the dynamics we like to talk about, because there are the meta picks, there are, you know, the selections that are very common. But if you play something to a very strong level, and if it's not really in the meta, and you can utilize that to your advantage with a composition that's built around you, it can still be just as potent. And again, we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, Dallas Fuel is a perfect example with how 76 in, you know, the Owl League to maintain and take that main melee. Here, you know, I could see the same thing with what we've seen in collegiate and even in high school, that if you play a very strong character, you can make it work, especially right now with where the, you know, environment is in Overwatch as a whole.
Yeah, I think this meta is kind of interesting because we have seen a lot of variations between a lot of the teams, specifically in the DPS role. We've seen a lot of, like, Ryan Zarya. We've seen Ryan D.Va has actually been cropping up a little bit more. We've seen some Winston. Wrecking Ball doesn't seem to be a pick that a lot of people are tending towards, but the DPS has been where most of the variation is, and there are a lot of DPS in the current meta where, like you said, you play them well enough, you can carry through that position, even in these brawly types of comps. So I think moving forward into this next series that we have, again, the DPS are going to be on my mind, because we've seen in the last couple of series where DPS are the ones that reign supreme throughout a lot of this. We've seen, you know, EHT carry in our first series. We saw, I forget the other names of the DPS. We've seen so many good DPS that there's just flooding my mind right now. But I think that I expect to see DPS really reign supreme going forward in this next series as well.
Yeah, we had Luke, we had Lions 22, we had, you know, even some of the supports which we highlighted, which was, you know, Citrus Fruit. So a lot
Mercy
of names
by
in
the
and
way.
of itself.
Yeah.
But yes, Mercy Main as well. That's another one that we saw. But before we get into this next game, where we're hoping to see even more stellar play from the DPS line, as long as these tanks can give that space, we're going to be heading to a extended break here until we get that next match underway between Chambersburg and Avonworth as the final series of the day. So don't go anywhere, my friends, because we're looking to see who's going to be facing off against Mannheim, the pick that we've chosen going into the semifinals next week. We draw ourselves near the ending of the broadcast, but we still have one last exciting match to show you today. Welcome everyone back to the amazing PIEA Overwatch Quarterfinals Esports Championship. Again, we've got Avonworth High School versus Chambersburg coming up to finalize the day in Kenobi. We've been waiting to see how this one's going to go, and I'm looking to see who's going to be facing off against Mannheim.
I mean, you can see in our bracket here, brought to you by Sheets, what we've had so far in our bracket. Susquehanna Township and Garnet Valley are going to be our two upper bracket semifinalists, and you see also Mannheim Township just beating out Lancaster Catholic in our previous series 3-0. A lot of 3 Overwatch today here, Rich, but this last series, hopefully we get a little bit more extension in our Overwatch play as we figure out who is going to be facing Mannheim in that semifinal spot.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to be entering into, as we've seen many times prior today, Lijiang Tower for the control map first. But, you know, going into this, one of the big things, again, we really highlighted before entering in onto our break was how vital these DPS roles have been for these teams, and the amount of space that they've been given to flourish, along with the diversity amongst their character pool, demonstrated that they've got a lot in their wheelhouse to work with as we're going to be entering in our final series of the day, the map of Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang Tower going to be starting us off here, and you can already see Symmetra at the table again. We saw Symmetras in one of our previous series completely carry fights, and there's one on both sides, so that first setup is going to be incredibly important.
Already getting some nice separation here, the wall to try and divide and conquer for this specific side of Chambersburg. You can see the Symmetra just completely vaporizing the front line. Just Mr. coming out on top, making quick work of the enemy.
I mean, with that pick also as well, really early they got the Baptiste, which means there's basically no healing for the rest of the team. Lucio does do some AoE heals, but not enough compared to the Baptiste, and once that Baptiste is gone, the fight's essentially over, and you're also losing out on a lot of charge towards that amplification matrix, which Chambersburg is going to be much more ahead in right now, as here comes the re-engage from Avonworth.
I mean, and even look at how close this photon barrier is for Chambersburg. I mean, they're just stacking it up so quickly. The ultimates as well. Here's the shatter, open space. The field is theirs to claim because that Reinhardt shield was no longer there by Brick J.
It's just so difficult to recontest on these points once Symmetra has set up like this, and actually it looks like we are going to be seeing some changes here coming from Avonworth. We're going to be seeing a McCree, so offering a little bit more of that ranged potential as well as offering the ability to CC members with that flashbang. Now, I'm going to be interested to see where Ice J is going to be going around, and here comes the teleporter from the left side. They're switching it up a bit.
Getting a nice flanking position. Ice J attempting to try and get the advantage, which is going to be challenging to push through as the turrets come out up front. Maybe going to help slow the momentum, but the photon barrier is there, blocking a lot of that advantage that it could be brought by Ice J. And you already see an environmental kill in addition to following that Zarya pickup once again onto Brick J. And if Brick J keeps getting picked off early like this, it's going to be so challenging for Avonworth to get back onto this point.
Just lose that shield, and there's a boof. Goodbye, Ice J. Gone down to the streets of Lijiang Tower. And this should be a win here for Chambersburg. And Rich at 76% and ticking up right now. Avonworth are in last fight territory, but they've gotten 2 picks. They might be able to re-engage here.
I mean, it's such an interesting position to be in. It's really, really perplexing to see how this follow-through is going to come out. But, you know, you do see consistent play. Earth Shatter, big by Brick J, but a sound barrier by Sky Silver will allow it to prevail for Chambersburg with a late counter from Avonworth. There are just far too many down. The sound barrier comes out just seconds too late to keep the contention there, as this is going to be round 1 of this night market going in favor of Chambersburg to start off this 4th series.
Big shatter as well coming in from Squid Derps at the end of there. Squid Derp was able to shatter everyone who was trying to get follow-up on that Graviton Surge, and they weren't able to do so. Also stopped the sound barrier from coming out at the opportune time to save the rest of the teammates. So Chambersburg area looking very good at the start of this right now. Very evenly controlled map of first map that we saw here coming out specifically from Chambersburg area. And going into the second map, or second round rather, of Lijiang Tower, I wonder what we see from them, because the Symmetra did work so well for them. And for Avonworth, I would expect them, and it looks like they are going to forego the Symmetra entirely, offering themselves a Mei and a Hanzo, so a little bit more ranged potential incoming damage coming in from the side of Avonworth here, but they still have to be very careful of that Symmetra.
And again, yeah, the Symmetra you have to keep an eye out for, but the Mei is still a really good pick here. The wall comes out. You do see those 3 turrets getting a lot of damage up front. Almost gets the takedown onto the hammer. Barely backpedals into the Immortality field, which is tossed out by Rory. So there is some sustain and recovery, but they're not out of it yet. Avonworth taking the outer rotation towards that main position. Even though you do take one, there is for sure many more to follow on the opposite side, where Avonworth gets brought down, and you can just see that Symmetra beam continuing to escalate.
And there's also no CC to deal with the Symmetra, so the Symmetra can play very aggressively, doesn't have to worry about something like a McCree who can flashbang right-click them. The Symmetra is just left to their own devices, and Chambersburg area have control of this point right now, which is exactly where Symmetra wants to be, in control, able to set up those 2 turrets and block any sort of engagements coming in from the opposing team. So Avonworth going to make a change in their rotation here, force the Symmetra turrets to go to a different place, and hopefully take them out before they go in.
A lot of damage once again onto Brick J, and Abyss goes down by the fire strike. They have definitely fallen into the Abyss, as you've got a High Noon with a quick follow-up coming out by Siberius, and will get even a chase with the movement speed, but Squidward's gonna say, no, I'm gonna take this one. Don't worry, sit down.
And I mean, it still looks like a pretty decent engage from Avonworth there, but those turrets just shred through the members of Avonworth, and specifically the Baptiste, who isn't in a position to keep the rest of their team alive because the turrets are doing so much damage. And after that, Mr. Minneapolis is just going to be able to pump out so much damage with that beam being so highly charged.
I mean, Chambersburg had a stellar Immortality field come out of the back from their support line to keep this way in their favor. There were almost a couple of stellar pickups, but they will prevail, and they're now reaching this final fight.
Yeah, by the time we get here from Avonworth, this is going to be final fight. They're finally switching onto something like a McCree, so hopefully going to be able to lay some CC down and make sure that Symmetra isn't just running roughshod in their backline. Sky Silver here with the Sound Barrier has some ability to sustain the team through a lot of these upcoming ultimates here coming from Avonworth, because that is going to be Avonworth's last chance. We're at 90% here. Ooh. Nice ante to start things off.
And that be of value. There's not enough follow-up immediately after, so it doesn't gain the value, but that early pick could be, and what a swift shift here at the 99%. Push came to shove, and that's going to be a take back from this 99%.
Both support ultimates used, and the Blizzard as well, though, from Avonworth. So an expensive fight, but they needed to make it happen. But they do have their tank ultimates now in this next fight. So do Chambersburg in terms of that Graviton surge. Graviton versus Graviton here. No defensive ultimates for either team. That Immortality field timing is going to be incredibly crucial in this next fight.
To try and find Brick J's positioning and angle to get an Earth Shatter as the High Noon comes out overhead, looks for a pick, doesn't find the value, still getting a lot of damage overhead, removing that Immortality field and a flashbang to get a double stun, but still no one can take advantage of the front line. Immortality field once again. I'm going to be honest right now, even though you had Avonworth take advantage of it, the support line in the back for Chambersburg has been seriously on point.
Brick J hit a completely massive shatter there, but Siberius is still on this high ground, trying to get something done, gets a couple of picks. Chambersburg actually might be able to come back here and recontest. They do take out Siberius, though. That means all of their upcoming high ground damage is gone.
Yep, solely relying now onto the Junkrat. Is there enough spam to come through? Immortality field, again, perfectly timed, keeping that tank line alive, and nobody gets it, but this side angle with the Deadeye getting to by Ice J will allow Prevail to take this fight again, and just outmatching Siberius right now.
And they're still able to hold here our Avonworth. They need to do this one, maybe 2 more times, and realistically, Chambersburg don't have a lot of ultimates in this next fight. They used Ant Matrix, didn't get a lot of value, and you look at Avonworth, they're going to have Ant Matrix that can just take off more time and force Chambersburg to not aggress onto them. They also are going to have that Blizzard, so a lot of stalling ultimates here, and now, with where we are at percentage-wise for Avonworth, this is last fight.
Yeah, the wall almost got a great divide there, but most work together. You have now Abyss dropping the Blizzard, attempting to isolate away, 1-for-1 exchange, but now going in favor with Onyx Eye getting the takedown onto the McCree. Avonworth has to play super careful. Here's the Deadeye from Siberius, comes back with 2 of their own. Saw the positioning last time and played the counter side with the McCree, as that is going to be a quick switchback in the 99, and that's going to allow Chambersburg to take this first map.
Avonworth put up a hell of a return on that map, but unfortunately in the clutch moments, it's just Chambersburg who comes up the clutchest and are able to win that fight, even though they had such a disadvantage with their ultimate economy tempo. It doesn't end up mattering for them, and that's going to be Chambersburg with a 1-0 series lead right here against Avonworth. This does seem like it could be a close one.
Yeah, shooting for that 5 map, so at least one of my predictions today is right.
Oh no, we had.
And again, we
had,
just like.
Come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we're not at the big end all prediction. I'm not there yet. I mean, again, we win together, lose together. So if I lose right now, I lose twice. I don't want to lose twice. I want to win twice.
All right, okay.
So, I mean, 50-50 doesn't sound good to me either, because at least, I mean, it's a flip of the coin. But regardless, you know, with these two teams and how they've been playing, I mean, honestly, Avonworth had a lot of really great opportunities, and it's really just those micro exchanges and the way that these teams are entering into fights and really kind of maneuvering with their ultimate economies. You commented, especially towards the end of it, where Chambersburg really was down and out with the ultimate economy, but still managing to pull it back with that critical play coming out by Siberius. And you can even see how impactful this Symmetra was still, though, on this first initial point for really both teams, but more favoring Chambersburg.
It was still impactful even when we went to our second round of Control Center, where the Symmetra was just absolutely beaming people down. But there was that one little flip where Avonworth really had a nice control of the map. They were playing proactively, which I love in these rush style of compositions. So for Avonworth, there is something to hang your hat on going to our second map, which is going to be King's Row. So eventually we do always fall back to this one, Rich. You and I, no matter where we are, King's Row seems to follow us. 2 for 2, I think we are today, because it was 2 Blizzard Worlds and 2 King's Rows.
Full circle, my friend. We start off with the usual, and we end with the usual, with some nice sprinkles in between. It's almost like an ice cream sandwich, where you've got the 2 outer cookies, and the ice cream sits in the middle, which is Blizzard World. And I really don't understand how we always get on subjects in King's Row. It just literally happens.
I have a question. Do you prefer ice cream sandwiches with like the ones you get out of the freezer with like the chocolate cookies, or do you prefer the ones with
like the cookies and cream one? Kind of. Like with actual chocolate chip cookies and ice cream? I like those, but I'm a shoo-in for just the regular rectangle ones with like chocolate and vanilla in them, or the Neapolitan. Those are my jam. I'm gonna be honest, those are my jam. Don't make fun of me. I have a feeling you're making fun of me. Don't. It's okay. I mean, I made fun of you about peanut butter, but we're gonna get this match underway here as we do take a look at the compositions, Kenobi, and see what's gonna come out these doors.
And it seems like more Ryan Zarya for both of these teams. Symmetra's still here for iShade on this defense, and that's an interesting little wrinkle to this team, and it takes down Squidherbs very early. I think that Chambersburg were not ready for that incoming damage from the Symmetra on the defensive end here, and that's going to be a little bit of a reset. We're seeing still the McCree, though, from both of these teams. Actually, no, just the McCree from Chambersburg. So that CC is there to deal with IceJ if IceJ gets a little bit too over-aggressive and goes into that backline.
I mean, but there was a lot of advantage gained here with these ultimate economies. I mean, there is still a comparable difference when it at least comes to the Mave. There's a little bit of an even playing field, but now, digressing back, that immortality field has been forced out by Bolt, but you do have Avonworth just seconds later, and Abyss manages to take down the Reinhardt. Again, Squidderp is honestly the biggest factor so far, going down so early in these fights, why you just continue to see Chambersburg take the advantage. That Reinhardt is just being eviscerated on the front line.
When the Photon Barrier comes out, and that's enough for Chambersburg to win this fight. You saw the McCree trying desperately with that flashbang to try and take down IceJ, but there's so much peel for IceJ with the Zarya bubbles, with the immortality field, and just the raw healing output that Avonworth had, that Chambersburg weren't able to secure that kill. And Symmetra is a character that you cannot just let live for that long. If you do, exactly what's going to happen there happens, and there's a pick onto the Junkrat, so this fight can't happen, actually, for Chambersburg. They don't want to fight this.
No, they really don't. You can't risk it, and you don't want to, because, and defensive side continues to hold, peeking this corner. Brick J just hoping that somebody walks into that hammer to get that possible damage. But with Ear Shatter, gonna try and round the corner, attempting to find value, looks for it, but the counter shatter comes in by Avonworth to press forward, managing to get it. You've got Chambersburg just coming in hot with a Deadeye as well, combining, but Avonworth on the defense does come out on top still with the symmetric leading up from Ice J.
I mean, that looked like the fight went completely the other way, but Ice J and Abyss were still alive and were just pumping out so much damage that Chambersburg was not able to handle it. Chambersburg gonna have to recontest here. Luckily, they are able to keep the Graviton Surge. That is a big cooldown that they will need for this next fight. But you see Ice J is coming up on that Photon Barrier, which can negate some of the follow-up.
Amplification Matrix now in the backside. You do get the Bionade onto the Reinhardt. Get a lot of damage as that beat continues to accelerate. Nano boosted Sim, but a Riptire already takes down the tank line, and you've got the recovery here, and a beautifully big purple Bionade on the backside. Ice able to take down another with the Sentry Turret, and now you're going to see that Siberius has to look for the tumble and actually perseveres here. I am mesmerized at the fact that Chambersburg came out on top.
I'm holding my breath here. Avonworth is trying to recontest it. The Reinhardt wants to get back in, but they aren't going to let them, and that should be Chambersburg taking this point. It took them a hell of a hard time to take it, but they are able to do so, and will finally start moving through this Streets phase. Now this gets a bit tricky for the Symmetra, because the Symmetra can't necessarily set up as well as they can when they're on just a fixed point. So they're going to have to pick a place to defend, and then they're going to have to defend it. And it looks like they're picking a place probably in the middle of Streets phase, I would say. That's where the Symmetra wants to be. It's very important.
Yeah, typically that bookstore is a really good anchor, or this positioning where you have both of those choke points that you can try to push through, as you've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. But honestly, Chambersburg is not really allowing that opportunity to get into a stable position, and you're having Avonworth fall back and try and play this corner to the best of their ability, especially now that they've brought Abyss onto the Tracer, looking for that backline flank. So Harass not really getting much value here, as there's still a lot of damage being crafted into this frontline shield. There's the Shatter, comes in, getting a double on that knockdown. It's going to be Iced and the Hammer, recovering though immediately after the sound barrier is forced out by Sky Silver, so you do still see Chambersburg holding on tight.
You see Onyx Eye is able to keep their own amplification matrix, and there it is in the shooting gallery right now. High Noon to follow up, and the kills are coming through for Chambersburg, and they're going to be able to take this fight win. Abyss, not long for this world, going down to the Abyss, and that's going to be Chambersburg with a fight win, taking second point here. Really well played Amp Matrix coming in from Onyx Eye, and just Avonworth played that perfectly in general, using their line of sight to get away from the Amp Matrix of Rory, then using their own and just hitting the go button onto Avonworth. And now Chambersburg can move forward here with some ultimates. Not a lot of ultimates to work with. The Hammer's going to come on that Graviton Surge. That's going to be a big cooldown because there's no defensive ultimates to deal with.
I mean, the fact that that 3 tap came out onto the Tracer was nutty. Pulse Bomb comes in, does get mitigated. You can see the Hammer from Avonworth on this defensive side, looking to try and continue giving some assistance, but Chambersburg constantly pressing the attack, just throttling in the end of this. There is a no-holds bar right now. That's a nano-boosted Zarya on the Hammer, but you are not going to hold any ground all by yourself with no supports near. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remain. The Shadow, though, comes out, attempting to counter here, as you still have Squidderp up front with a High Noon getting it. That's going to be a round completion, with Chambersburg still having a decent time bank for them to carry into the reverse side of the round.
I mean, especially with how kind of scary it was on their first offense in the first point, where looked like the Symmetra had a potential to full hole from Avonworth. The fact that you're finishing it all, and finishing with a pretty decent time bank of 2 minutes and 30 seconds about, I'd definitely take that if I'm Chambersburg.
I mean, at this point, from what we've seen with a lot of Kings Row, time is just great. I mean, we saw one where it was earlier in the day where you had more than the 4 minutes that you started with. But, I mean, this Furnace phase of Kings Row can really cause a problem, because that corner can be just so challenging to maneuver through, especially if you have a defense that is so coordinated. You play the high grounds, you watch your angles, and don't allow the offensive team to get past it. You really can shut a team down and just halt them there. So completing this is still a feat in and of itself, as we take the swap of sides now with Chambersburg on the defense.
And no May for Chambersburg on the defensive end here, which is a bit shocking to me because you really love to see May in these scenarios. And what are we doing? Are we having a little powwow here, Chambersburg?
Yeah, they're doing some crouching Chambers hidden heroes crouch. I don't know. I tried to make a movie title. I'm glad you picked that up. We're gonna leave that. The door's open, Kenobi.
We see Avonworth coming in with a little bit of an interesting composition here. They're bringing out the Moira and the Ana here, so I think Avonworth is going to try and want to play this a little bit more slowly here. They want to farm towards their key ultimates like the Nano, like that Coalescence, and once they get those ultimates online, then you can go in and just kind of smack Chambersburg with your wallet.
Especially when you've got Ice J here on this Genji, looking to try and synergize the Nano Blade to get that huge value. Nice triple stun there coming from the side, but unfortunately it's still going to find the advantage in favor of Avonworth pressing on this. A Bionade comes out as well. Yes, indeed, and that should be actually enough for Avonworth to take this quite convincingly.
But I mean, the fight is still going on here, and it's not going on the point. Kills are going back and forth here, but it should finally be Chambersburg winning this point. And that was a total mayhem kill, actually, that we saw. This is the second one today, I believe.
It is. I mean, I'm honestly, I spoke too soon. I apologize to you, Chambersburg. Managed to rally, came back in, and the mayhem from the Junkrat mines were quite vital to get rid of the Moira, too, on Rory.
But Avonworth now is coming back in. They are going to be close to their important ultimates. Coalescence is here. Blizzard almost. Iced. Jay needs to be very careful. Needs to stay alive because Nano Blade is a win condition ultimate that can be here in this next fight.
Triple Bionade. Onyx, I had to toss the Immortality Field to survive as a Riptire grab and Amplification Matrix come out, stack up 3, but the Blizzard is there. You only need to really toss the Blizzard out, but you've got everything else to secure it. Avonworth just says, we've got the bank full. Let's withdraw and spend it all.
Yep, that's what Chambersburg area. I mean, they got smacked with the wallets of Avonworth. I thought it was going to go the other way around, but Avonworth come in, use essentially every ultimate that they have in the bank. The Hammer is actually going to be able to get Graviton Surge probably in this next fight, so they do have a little bit of a tempo play available with that. And that means that they can move forward, force out Sound Barrier as well coming in from Sky Silver. That is going to be a key ultimate that is going to be important in this next fight because there needs to be some ability to negate the follow-up damage coming in from that Graviton Surge.
You can see Siberius playing the corner, has the Deadeye, does get blocked, and you've already got the takedown from the Junkrat, looking to get quite a bit. There isn't any actual picks from the Deadeye itself, but it does get the health values low enough for some great follow-up.
That was a really big pick there from Siberius. Taking out that Zarya is incredibly important because the Hammer was going to have Graviton Surge, and that they were all in an enclosed area. That grab was going to get a ton of value and probably force out your Sound Barriers. So now you've just bought time with a single play like that. Ooh, Squid Herps is low. Antied, any shield to help him cleanse? No, they're just going to bring him back in and heal him back up.
Squidderp is definitely inking as they flee, leaving a cloud of smoke behind, especially now when you've got a wall with Rory entering in onto that for the extra damage and healing to try and push this around. But the Junkrat Riptire getting rid of Ice J allows an opportunity to still keep Chambersburg on the defense stable, holding their ground and their feet firm to the floor.
Chambersburg here still putting up a valiant defense. 3 minutes now for Avonworth to move forward. Nano is available here for Real Name. You can potentially put that directly on to your Reinhardt, have them swing into this Graviton Surge, or they can play it slow and keep it for Genji's next Dragon Blade. On the other side, Blau has their own Graviton Surge, so can probably just match Graviton for Graviton.
Trap comes out, as you commented. Will there be value? The Maywell actually jettisons up 2 outside of the Immortality Field, so this could be a great chance for Avonworth to take advantage of it, and it does allow them to come out on top.
Beautiful chance. But again, a lot of ultimates committed for that fight, Rich. Hopefully that does not come back to bite them in this next fight. They're going to have Coalescence probably soon. And I don't know if Chambersburg is actually going to be able to get a recontest here because of how far the spawns are, rather. And actually, it looks like they are going to just try and rush onto it. There's a nice wall. Can someone get there?
What a sleeping as well, jettisoning them up into the air as you've got the Immortality Field looking to recover. Chambersburg attempting to hold on, and oh my goodness, Squid coming out with just 65 health, lasts long enough to keep the shield high to recover, does go down ultimately, but still worth the defensive hold.
And this is a very scary part of the map to be on here, Rich, because Chambersburg has essentially a respawn advantage. Avonworth does not have any respawn advantage whatsoever at this position. They have to win fights quickly, and they have to win fights cleanly. Any trades will not favor them because their respawn advantage is nil right here. You have the Dragon Blade, you have a Coalescence to move forward with as well. You have the sustainability right now to push forward.
Decisive actions are key. You can see a little bit of a reposition here with the Genji. They're looking to have a blade. Unfortunately, with the timing and the amount that remains, I'm not sure if the Dragon Blade with the nano boost is going to be able to have generated in time. Rick J comes out with a stun, does get Squitter, but there's an Immortality Field to recover. In the backside, along with the Amplification Matrix, the Dragon's just going to come out vanilla, but gets stunned by Siberius with a sound barrier to stabilize. 55 seconds to go. You have lost the Dragon Blade. You've spent the Coalescence, and now you solely rely on the Nano Boost and the May Blizzard, potentially, and the Hammers' Graviton as well.
Yeah, and that's a fight completely over with for Avonworth there. Again, like you mentioned, they only have the Nano Boost and the Graviton Surge to work with. Blizzard coming up as well. There is a little bit of momentum here for Chambersburg, or for Avonworth here, but they have to win this fight. This is last fight territory. With where the card is, they're not going to get a second chance at this. Blau very close towards that Graviton Surge. That could be the key for Chambersburg. And actually, Abyss takes out the Junkrat. That's a big pick.
Oh, big Bionade plus the Blizzard, so they're not going to be able to get any healing because the healers were on the outskirts of the circle. So Avonworth comes out on top with an early pick, a Blizzard to win, and you actually only have to commit that one ultimate to enter into this final phase.
Abyss does a fantastic job. They're taking out the Junkrat, and once they know it's a 6v5 fight and there's no threat of Junkrat mines or displacement, they play very aggressively. They use the Maywall and Blizzard correctly, and that's just a fight win. Now for Avonworth, it's about them finishing with time, because if they don't finish with time, they can only get a draw. They have this minute to work with. They have some ultimates to work with as well. Let's see what they can do.
Rick J continuing to play that corner. Nice wall to separate. Is there going to be a follow-up? Beautiful bubble, though, coming out defensively from the code tank. As a grab will be there in addition. But there's still a lot on Chambersburg defensively. They got the Deadeye. They have the Amplification Matrix. They got a pick. You do see Avonworth digress back. They can't stand to stay in this, especially with the rotating flank with this coverage and decent energy charge for the Zarya to pick off the remaining stragglers.
Oh, the Nano comes up and he has it now. There comes the Nano Blade.
And going to be able to get countered, though, by the Riptire. So equal exchange right now, but the payload still managing to move forward. You have Siberius with the flashbang up front. The Earth Shatter doesn't get value after the two get knocked down because Brick J was completely shut out and couldn't get the charge. The aggression comes through now for Chambersburg to force back around the corner for Avonworth as they find themselves in the final fight.
13 seconds is all that's left here for Avonworth, and they have nothing to work with. Abyss has to get this Blizzard. They have to make something happen here, but there's so many ultimates for Chambersburg that I don't know if Avonworth has it in them. A deflected fire strike!
It was damage boost through the Amplification Matrix. Ice J managed to get the reflect to knock it back. We now have seen 5 in total today. Is it going to be enough, though? You have on the defensive position for Siberius with 2 on that McCree. The sound barrier is there to fortify all that remain for this defensive position. Overtime's going to dwindle. The hopes were high. The victory box was close. But ultimately, it's still going to be Chambersburg taking the second map.
Chambersburg, I mean, Avonworth makes them sweat for that win, but I thought after that deflected fire strike, I was like, okay, that's it. Like, there's no way that happens and they don't win this fight, but they just come up super clutch at the very end. As you can see here, our play of the game, combination of the DPS popping off here for Avonworth, but again, just not enough. And Chambersworth is on match point before they go, and then with a chance to get into those semifinals and play Mannheim.
You can hear in the soft vocal distance, hextuple kill right at the end of that. I mean, I agree with you though regarding that deflected fire strike. I mean, we've seen it already previously claim the win in a fight because I mean, you're not only getting the fire strike but boosted. So like, I mean, you're just like, oh yeah, amplify, come back, amplify. Oh, you're gonna say,
yeah.
Bye. So that's 5 total today, but yes, it holds strong. You still see Chambersburg in this game to make it a 3 Overwatch for today and crush my dreams of having a prediction right for today.
I mean, the reverse sweep is possible. Hey, it's possible
that
there could be that reverse sweep. But Chambersburg, I mean, the thing that impressed me most was the way that they played around the ultimates of Avonworth, because there at the very end, like there was a Nanoblade that was coming in. That Nanoblade had potential to win them the game or cap them that point, but there was a really well-placed Junkrat tire that specifically like targeted and zoned in on that Genji in particular. And even though you're nanoed, Nano Genji does not survive past a Junkrat rip tire. So really well played coming out from Chambersburg in that map, and they take the win.
I mean, and it was just really one of those well-timed things, and it just ended up being in your favor. It's one of those moments where I felt where I'm going to drop a supercharger, but yet somebody peeks the corner with their entire team and I wasn't ready for it, and they completely remove it before my shield's up. It's literally just like that. You've got the rip tire just in its animation as the Dragon Blade pulls out, and you're like, man, really?
Like
come on.
No.
Like, you're not ready for that, and you just face to the desk, just thump. That's all it is. It's
like it pauses and you're just like, you may be wondering how I got here. It's like one of those things.
You look at the recap, you're watching their screen, you're just like, this is how it ended up here, friends. But now we actually are going to be entering onto Rialto, so we get to see another variation here. We've already seen it once before, where our previous series was Dorado. And as we go into this match, we are going to now see Chambersburg once again being on the attacking side here, as the defensive position will be held by Avonworth, since again, it is side selection for Chambersburg. So they opted to go on attack this time to go the mile and push this cart as far as possible.
It is match point, like you mentioned here, Rich. Avonworth have this last chance for them. If they don't win here, they will be going home. And for Chambersburg, you just want to secure yourself that win. So you can see Avonworth going to be on the defensive side here. Chambersburg going to be on the offense, and they're bringing in that rush style of composition. Interestingly enough, we're seeing Avonworth on that Soldier 76, so a lot of sustained damage to the shields here from the Soldier 76, but you don't have that same burst damage that you do with the McCree. So that is going to be something that I'm going to be looking out for between both of these hit scan players.
And you can see now that aggression up front, you already have a takedown. There is now a Mayhem takedown as well. I love to see it in the kill feed. The Junkrat may have left this fight, but they still have wonders to leave behind. And that's going to be Chambersburg just coming out on top early.
And I mean, that realistically won them the fight, because once that Reinhardt goes down, that means that Chambersburg can play so much more aggressively. And you see Onyx Eye is getting up towards that Ant Matrix. They can get it in this next fight and basically just take over the point from Avonworth.
You can see now reaching this next checkpoint, 3 minutes, still a hefty time on the bank here, but you're going to have a defensive hold by Avonworth with the Amplification Matrix going to be forced out from Chambersburg, funneling so much into that Immortality field, which is not going to be long, but a flanking shift with a rotation, changing the hammer from the tank roll to the DPS roll, assisting Abyss, and just lighting up the kill feed.
That was so cool from Ice J. Just flanks around the side, knows that they can't just stand in that area, so they have the shatter, they flank around, hit a huge shatter onto the backline no one was ready for, and then the hammer comes in clutch again with a nice Helix Rocket to follow up all that damage. And now Avonworth is looking pretty good in terms of their defense here. 2 minutes already off the clock for Chambersburg.
I mean, again, having that hit scan hammer rotating to demonstrate their ability as that Tactical Visor comes through, needs to get rid of the Immortality field first. The Deadeye does lead into this, and now it's just free farming in the back. The Helix Rocket gets a lot of damage, and the mobility and just evasion from the hammer, and drawing attention away from Chambersburg on that front line really is going to bode in Avonworth's favor as long as they can continue to keep Chambersburg on their toes.
Oh, and they're going to get these straggler kills here. Actually, no, this is a call an ambulance, but not for me situation as Chambersburg comes in and they're just going to clean up the fight. What in the world?
I know we don't see a Bastion on the play right now, but I'm still just thinking of that alarm system from the ambulance going wee woo, wee woo, because that just needed to happen.
I mean, again, it's really good understanding of Chambersburg and their ability to win fights that you wouldn't necessarily think are winnable, and they are able to win that one. Now we're moving through Streets phase here with about 3.5 minutes in their time bank. Name Amplification Matrix ready for Onyx Eye. Rory needs to get to theirs quickly so that they have it to match.
You see the aggression coming through. The grab comes out, locking them down, and you're still going to have Chambersburg just running the gauntlet right now, just putting everything on the floor, and you have Avonworth basically unable to just feel comfort in any position they try to hold.
I think that's exactly what I would say, Rich. They don't feel comfortable, and that's exactly... Chambersburg is not letting the Avonworth be comfortable here. They're playing so aggressively, pedal to the metal Overwatch. They're not letting Avonworth have a chance to breathe here.
With this consistent pressure, there's a shatter. Does get 3. The Riptide around the corner, attempting to synergize, but a Deadeye comes out for 2. So it's 2-2, and the checkpoint was still reached, even though you have a contention. Chambersburg still comes out on top.
That's heartbreak for Avonworth here because Avonworth has so many ultimates to try and keep that card from ticking over, but it ends up doing so in Chambersburg now. 4 minutes in their time bank. They have ultimates to work with in spades. Rabbits on Surge coming up here for Blau, and there's an Ant Matrix to just follow up the damage inside of it.
See now the between corner, nice flashbang over the wall. You do have the grab to toss it in. This is an avalanche. Just a frigid, relentless, consistently crashing avalanche from Chambersburg going on to this map. Even though it was Avonworth who got to pick it, you could definitely say that Chambersburg feels most confident on it with this type of push as that payload reaches the completion.
I mean, sometimes you're lucky if you even complete a map like this in Rialto. But they're completing with 3.5 minutes. That's a phenomenal time bank from Chambersburg, and they're going to be looking pretty as Avonworth has a huge mountain to climb right now. Not only are you down 0-2, but now you have to complete Rialto, complete hopefully with enough time to where it makes your offense worth it, and that's just asking a lot from a team.
And it literally is like looking at Everest right now, and that's what you have to acknowledge. But the biggest thing is to acknowledge that there are checkpoints to the peak of that mountain, and you have to just take it one step at a time. So that first checkpoint, like you said, is getting a time bank that is going to give them the most optimal opportunity for the reverse of sides. And tackling that first is the goal. As we take the swap of sides, you're going to see Chambersburg on this defense with this Junkrat still sticking around, and Siberius, for the first time, we're going to actually see the Ash play. Not too strange for the hit scan, but changing up the dynamic here, getting that explosive area damage, having the Bob, and also just really pumping out a lot of mid to long range damage.
And I wonder what we're going to be seeing from Avonworth, if we're going to be seeing, the Widowmaker, because Rialto is a map where Widowmaker does have a lot of good sight lines, and it does give them a range advantage in the 1v1 matchup, and it looks like Abyss will be sticking on the Widow, at least just for now, out of spawn. We'll see if it sticks throughout the rest of the map, and it looks like it might. So realistically here, Siberius is going to have to be pretty careful. Even though they have a Mercy to pocket them, Widowmaker can just one-shot you through that pocket, and then that would force out Resurrection, and you definitely don't want to be in a situation like that. But Abyss goes down very early.
And you can see Rory still playing that inner corridor, which is a really great position to be. You're not allowing yourself to be into the open space. You've got Abyss already going down, so there is a numbers advantage on the defensive side. But the respawns do favor Avonworth here, so that could be a chance to get back into it. But when you lose your support, the Ana goes down, Rory at close proximity, that's going to be a reset.
Abyss is able to take out Siberius. Potentially the Resurrection will be there for Sky Silver too, but actually it doesn't look like it is. And this is a moment where Avonworth might have a little bit of an advantage, especially with the Abyss taking down the Junkrat. That means that there are no DPS right now in this fight.
You have a great Bionade to come in, and you have the Junkrat eliminated defensively. So this is now Avonworth's opportunity to press on. But there's still a high amount of energy and charge from Chambersburg on this Zarya. But if you're going to leave Abyss in the back to get some sight lines and just constantly pick off valuable targets, it's not going to matter.
And this is exactly what Avonworth needs in this scenario. Momentum. They need momentum. They need someone like Abyss to carry them forward through a lot of these moments of Rialto. And you look at the ultimate bank right now for Avonworth, it's massive compared to the one for Chambersburg. As you can see, Graviton Surge available, Nano, everything that Avonworth needs to move forward, they have in their bank. The only thing they have to be worried about is Mr. Minneapolis here with this Junkrat tire. Those tires can be deadly if you push too over aggressive.
See damage up top in that window, attempting to still keep a lot of pressure, even though the energy isn't as high. The Riptire comes out now by the Junkrat from Chambersburg, looking for an opportunity up front near where the tank is. Does only get one. Brick J does go down since the shield was swiveled quick enough here by Ice J. And you actually have the Zenyatta play. Sky Silver getting the pickup with that Discord Orb onto the hammer, so it's still a reset defensively here for Chambersburg.
And I really like that as well, that we're seeing some swaps here coming in for the side of Chambersburg area. They are moving Siberius onto the Tracer, which is going to be able to make life a living nightmare for Abyss here on that Widowmaker. Widowmaker, unless you're able to get a headshot, you don't really have a lot of peel for yourself against something like a Tracer. But a 6-pack of ultimates here are available for Avonworth, and now Avonworth know exactly where everyone is, and they can plan their next aggression.
You see up front, the Coalescence stacked up with the grab, even the Infrasight for vision to know where all lie. No matter where you hide, you will be seen, and Abyss is chasing you down, Onyx Eye.
And they're also able to keep the Nano Boost and the Tac Visor, so Nano Visor is definitely a possibility in this next fight if Chambersburg decides they want to recontest here at the very death.
Oh, Brick J gonna get very overwhelmed by the side angle as you've got the Junkrat there. Great Bionade, but the Immortality field isn't going down fast enough. Nobody picks it up quick enough. But as I say that, there's still a couple of favored picks for Avonworth as they press forward. Abyss still finds one onto the Zarya, and now you've got the Bionade onto the Junkrat, who's hidden amongst the fray, who gets the Riptire onto the support, and this scrappy fight by the checkpoint, despite it leading into an unfavorable position for Avonworth. You've got Ice J and Abyss just grinding their way through it and reaching this checkpoint.
Ice J just sitting on the cart, holding down Mouse 1, taking out anyone who tries to get onto that cart. And Chambersburg, a lot of ultimates committed there, and Avonworth didn't really commit as much. And you look at Avonworth's ultimates in this next fight, they're going to have so many that can counteract whatever Chambersburg wants to. Chambersburg only have that Ant Matrix, whereas Avonworth, they're going to have a Coalescence, Graviton Surge, and Attack Visor. Avonworth might have the momentum to complete this map with a lot of time.
You can see now the hammer rotating with the Tactical Visor, trying to get a decent sightline to not waste the last quarter of that ultimate, but it will fall short. Still manages to get a Helix Rocket, though, onto the Widowmaker and prevent it for the time being, as you do have now Siberia swapping one of them a 3. Nice side angle here coming out from the fray with this double hit scan, getting some serious value with the Coalescence and Brick J's Graviton coming in. The Baptiste in the back, attempting to keep those players alive, but can't do so as Chamber is overwhelmed, moving towards this completion. And you know, we said reach that first checkpoint on climbing Everest, and you could say that they have managed to get there, pitch a tent, hold on for a little bit until they attempt to go for another.
They climbed a part of Everest so far. They're like halfway there now. Now, with 2 minutes left in their time bank, they need to replicate exactly what they've done on that first point. And I loved what they were doing, especially what the Hammer was doing. The Hammer was having a really good idea of just flanking around the backline with the Soldier 76, using that mobility and movement to where you go in and you absolutely obliterate the backline, because there is not really a lot of peel with the Zarya, right? There's no diva to sit in front of the Soldier 76 and just make sure that they can keep the supports alive. It's just the Soldier running back there. Realistically, who's going to deal with it for Chambersburg?
I mean, time will tell to see who's able to handle it, especially now with the time being cut in half outside of a few seconds in favor of Chambersburg here. With this door opening, you'll see Avonworth again with the lower time bank attacking first, giving Chambersburg the opportunity to defend first. With this door opening, I mean, we saw some great value from Abyss, but now knowing the Widowmaker is in their composition, will Chambersburg look to play a little bit more differently, knowing in the start of this engagement that they could see it again?
And Chambersburg don't have any realistic long-range hit scan to contest the Widowmaker here, so I think Chambersburg is going to try and play around the geometry of the map more so than anything else. Play as a unit. Don't get in a position where you can get flanked and picked by the Widowmaker, because if you can play as a 6, you win just a straight-up ground war right here. And the hammer gets taken out, so that's already a good change from Chambersburg. They have done a great job of making sure the flanks aren't going to get value.
Ooh, there's a pick, though, finding a sightline between not only the balcony's edge, but the shield from the Ryan. It's a 1-for-1 trade as you have a Bionade landing onto Squidderps. Needs to be very careful with that aggression moving forward from Avonworth. Again, this is the final opportunity with already a minute and 15 seconds to go. This energy, though, from Chambersburg is just unbelievable. 100 energy, and you've got an Anti, though, to have to force them back, so it's not going to get as much value here since you've had to make some distance between the team. And look at Real on the Ana for Avonworth. Literally has a pixel of health to survive through this, and because of that perseverance and the play from the DPS, they'll look to checkpoint.
And Avonworth are going to be able to cap here. Actually, I don't think Chambersburg is going to be able to get a contest right now, and they aren't going to be able to, and they still want to go in and take this fight. This is disastrous here for Chambersburg.
Oh, but they do jump off. They know that it's not worth it to give any more ult charge because...
What?
Okay. Maybe that was... I mean, of course, but I almost felt like it was like, absolutely. They just wanted to try and give a little bit more hope to Chambersburg. They want to climb Everest with a wrapping on the leg. I have no idea. But as you see them turn this corner, this is now a challenging corner to play, Kenobi.
And if this is taking out the Reaper, but Chambersburg coming in with a lot of ultimates. Graviton Surge available for Avonworth along with a Nano boost. You can just stuck with the Reinhardt.
Nice pull. There is a stack of ultimates, though. Everything unleashed. When you know that it's reached the overtime and you've got that many stacked up, it is a team kill. The bell shall toll, and Chambersburg will hold on this completion of round 3.
Now the win condition is set here for Chambersburg. If you're Avonworth, you've done your job essentially, right? You've gotten basically as much as you could out of the 2-minute time bank that you have, and now all of the pressure is going to be on Chambersburg right here. They're on match point, they win and they go through. But Avonworth has had such a phenomenal 2 offenses so far that if they can replicate that on the defense, I think they have a shot of taking us to that 4th map.
And now as the seconds dwindle, the 4th map is in sight, but it is still a challenge to overcome. But with 2 minutes and 9 seconds, it makes that challenge a little bit less intense. Still intense, by all means, but not as much. Because they still got a decent distance, and the big part is they turned the corner around the stairway, which again, is a really, really challenging corner to play. And because of the ultimate usage from Avonworth on the attack, it allowed them to surpass it and get into a favorable position to actually look to hold now on the defense.
Chambersburg here showing the same kind of composition that they've been playing on their defense with the Junkrat and with the McCree. The McCree at the very end there, you saw so much value off of the utility of the flashbang there against a Reinhardt composition. Just throw it above the shield, get a lot of value that way. In 2 minutes will feel like an eternity here for Avonworth.
Furious getting very low, manages to tuck tail behind that shield to recover. You see the slow, methodical peak around the corner with payload moving at its glacial pace of Everest, as we would say. Now that decent flashbang into the corner, a lot of damage onto Ice J, but recovers. The Mortality Field has to come out a little early. I honestly feel like that was not needed, so now you're going to lose it, and this is a chance for Avonworth now to play these angles and gets the advantage with Abyss taking down the support.
Oh, the support down, BAP is down. That means there's no healing, but maybe they can get a trade here, and they are making so many trades right now. Bricktree and the Hammer are down, and what looked like a winning line for Avonworth turns into disaster as Chambersburg now can move forward with their numbers advantage.
And with that numbers advantage, it's going to be checkpoint reached, but again, this is the 2nd round, so there is no real help to the additional time is what you're working with, is you've got now that side angle with the Junkrat continuing to pump out damage onto the shield, which is very, very low. Ice J has to be so careful to not have that drop early. And the recovery from Brick J is now the block from the Earth Shatter. Didn't get value, but you've got Abyss attempting to shut down the support, and a Bionade comes through, but ultimate stack by Chambersburg to reach this checkpoint as long as the stragglers are eliminated, and you've got now 40 seconds remaining to reach that golden box victory, or else it goes to a map 4.
Avonworth used so many ultimates there, but they're able to keep the nano, they're able to keep their tac visor and grab. Those are key ultimates, because with where we're at right now, Rich, 20 seconds left, we're in last fight. There are no more fights after this. This is going to be it. Blau has a Graviton Surge of their own soon, and Sky Silver has to hit the sound barrier of their life right now. There is no room for mistakes here for either of these teams. Abyss is one.
In the corner. Whoa, that's going to be a big advantage here on the attacking side if they can look to push this now, since they've got the 6 versus 5. You do have the nano boost on this defensive positioning from Avonworth, and another pick comes up. You find the hammer, staggered away from the rest of the team, looking for a side angle, but it doesn't give value. But there is a Bionade onto 3. The immortality field is there from Onyx Eye, able to keep this team strong with the follow from that sound barrier. Abyss takes out the counterpart, though. The overtime still here. The golden box is there with the grab looking to conclude it. As the overtime, no more seconds needed. You have Chambersburg ceasing that climb of Everest. The tents have been removed. The winds are brisk and cold. And you see Chambersburg moving on to challenge Mannheim in the semifinals next week.
The aggressive win there of Chambersburg slices through Avonworth at the very end, and 3 Overwatch today, Rich. No map 5 for you. Unfortunately, your prediction is wrong, but boy, did we see some great Overwatch altogether from all the teams that we've seen today. But we do have our final 4 set.
Yes, 3 Overwatch today, friends. You know, you win some, you lose some. And at least for right now, I know today I have lost, but hopefully together, you and I can win next week when we enter into those semifinals and grand finals. But let's take one last look here at the Sheets bracket. As you've seen a long day of Overwatch, we do have Susquehanna Township High School versus Garnet Valley, and as I said moments ago, Chambersburg keeping themselves in the loop, moving themselves further to face off against Mannheim Township, which was our prediction pick going into the ultimate first place spot. And Kenobi, for this Sheets bracket, I mean, I'm still looking forward to seeing how that semifinals and grand finals is going to go as these teams become closer and closer in competitive nature.
I mean, I think between all of these teams, I think any of them has a real good shot of winning the tournament altogether. So next Thursday, there are going to be absolutely banger matchups that we have, and I cannot wait. I wish Thursday was coming sooner. Like, put me in cryo freeze. I'm ready to go to next week.
Right? I mean, I don't even want to. I'm literally for the next 7 days just going to be sitting like, I want to see it. I want to see it. But we're going to take a look and see some of the amazing plays from our highlights here, which again, it's a great opportunity sponsored by Sheets as well. It is just a slew of highlights that we can just comment on, especially with Symmetra filling a lot of them, to be honest, Kenobi.
Yeah, Symmetra had a really impactful day today in these championships that we've seen. And I think it's going to be interesting to see if that continues over towards the semifinals. McCree also, I think I would like to see more teams play McCree, because I think McCree is broken right now. And the teams that were playing it, I think, had a lot more success. So we'll see if that continues. I think Siberius for sure definitely had a pretty good game on McCree, all things together. So that was our replays. And Rich, that's it today. We got all 4 of the games over with for us, and I mean, everything that I saw was pretty incredible. We saw a lot of rush compositions. It seems like that's the dominant thing. As you can see also in the bottom half, you see our breakdown for the winnings. $1,400 going to first place, and second place getting $600. So a nice chunk of change moving forward.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, with that chunk of change, that's what they're looking to 7 days from now to claim. But before we give our final recaps here, before ending the broadcast, we'll be heading to a very short, brief break, a word from our sponsors, so don't go anywhere, as we'll see you on the other side.
The 2021 PIEA State Championships have been brought to you by Sheets. Order like a pro on the Sheets app. Sheets, run and done. Pennsylvania College of Technology, where the future is made by hand. Learn more at pct.edu. ViewSonic, for every way you game, we've got you covered. And by HyperX, we're all gamers.
Told you it was quick as we return now. Kenobi and myself here, just finalizing up the evening for you. 4 amazing series. And Kenobi, after seeing all these matches and knowing what we have ahead of us, I mean, your final thoughts here today and what your thoughts are going into next week. I gotta know 'em.
I mean, my thoughts are that, like, anyone, again, I said it before the break, anyone can win this tournament. Like, I don't think that there was a team that stood out as much over another team than I expected. All of those last 4, if they play the way that they played in these quarterfinals, can win the tournament. So my final thoughts are, you don't want to miss next week, because next week is going to be absolutely phenomenal, and those series are definitely going to be incredible to watch.
Absolutely. And again, for those wanting to tune in for the semifinals and finals of next week, it is May 20th for the 2021 PIEA State Esports Championships, where we'll see those semifinals and finals being played starting at 1 p.m. PST, 4 p.m. EST, streamed on both YouTube and Twitch. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care, happy gaming, and we will be seeing you next week.